Welcome to another wonderful week of Dungeons and Dungeons. This time, or I say last time, the group investigated the city of Ethereal more, made unlikely friendships with Mansoon, and discovered more of the secrets inside the city. Eri also had 35 days to do what he needed to do, and is currently appearing in front of the group as they just saved Tharnarzan from a trap inside this magic mountain, as he once named it, or Ethereal, as you all now know it. So you're inside a room that the traps have been disabled. It's magical in this area, in the sense that it was clearly some sort of altar that once held whatever the lost civilization found. It appears that both Tim Tom and Tharnarzan have scoured this place already, recovered the corrupted black ice that they were been sent out to do right now. Excuse me. And they're about on their way out, as this room looks pretty much picked over. And now that you have saved the two of them, Tullius and the Chosen are all together, and Eri has now teleported in from the stone in front of the rest of you. Eri does appear as you last saw it.
What the fuck is that?
As you see the golden Bulgara look over, and in pretty, uppity common, it seems like he has a British accent, which I can't do, just goes, "That would be a Tim Tom to you, sir."
You see, I was actually making eye contact with Tharnarzan.
Tim Tom does the exact same thing. Tharnarzan just he has the sack, the Santa-like sack over his non-existent shoulder, just kind of dangling from his side from some of his eye stalks, as he just Tullius, you can explain everything to him. In time, I see you have a new friend. He looks absolutely inspiring. You run with the most interesting of folks. Tim Tom, off we go! And Tim Tom has his little box that he just previously put underneath whatever pocket hides under his fur. He's like, "Yes, indeed, sir. Off we go." And they plane shift, like I said last time, just a little bit above. They go through the whole process of going to a different plane and then back to this plane just to go to the surface area that you guys fought the Fire King.
Nice of you to finally join us.
What are you talking about? He was here the whole time.
Yeah, he was here the whole time.
What?
He's just so stealthy, you probably didn't notice him. But Masno and I, we got keen eyes.
Have good eyes.
Yeah.
Where the fuck have you guys been?
What do you mean?
It's been a month.
It's been 3 days.
It's been a month.
Oh, right.
Let me just check my watch.
No. Yeah, we knew about this. We knew that this was an area where time is fluctuating.
Will you not let us have fun?
I mean, I'm sorry. I just want to cut to the chase, I guess.
Alright, no, it's fine. Go ahead.
I mean, if it has been a month for you, where the hell have you been?
Yeah, Eri, it's been a month. You haven't even said hi.
Yeah, that's fair. Not even a message.
Yeah.
I am not even gonna get into that right now. Where are we?
We are in the ruined city of Ethereal. It was a flying city. It's ruined. It's there. I can tell you all about it.
Yeah.
I understand those words individually.
This is a first city that was forgotten at time. We opened it via the Code of Light passphrase. We sealed away through time, and we've been investigating the area. It seems this is where the origins of a lot of magics are, and the peoples that lived here were quite expertly, experts really, at magic and all sorts of construction stuff.
Okay.
Is that better?
It's something.
Yeah. Oh, we also saw like a lot of our deities. So if there's like any person or deity you might want to see, there's like a religious sector over there.
We also talked to your best friends.
Wait, what?
This is great.
Who are you talking to?
who? You said you talked to my best friend. Who are you referring to?
Mansoon.
I genuinely hope you're making a joke right now.
No.
Oh, yes.
Oh no, we're friends.
Okay.
I just know you talk to him a lot, and I thought it was funny.
I,
Well, relatively,
What?
comparatively.
I
Stuff,
don't really.
things.
He's
words.
shown up a couple times. I don't. What?
Doesn't matter. We talked to him.
Okay. And he didn't kill you?
Nope.
Nope. Obviously, we're here.
We actually... I think that was the first time we talked to the real one, right?
Yep.
Is that right?
Yeah, it seems that way.
Yeah. Yeah, he has many versions of himself. Many
Here's a simulacrum
acronyms.
army.
Oh, that one.
Okay.
He was actually very nice this time.
Very nice. Apparently, the one that's been mean has been disassembled.
Hmm.
Yeah, he didn't. I guess that one was acting out.
Yep.
Okay. Any more major bombshells to drop on me?
I mean, we could go back to the part where like you weren't contacting us for a month. That's a pretty big bombshell.
It's just getting over the fact that I almost killed everyone multiple times. That's kind of a big deal.
Water under the bridge. We're past that now.
Okay.
It's fine.
Little status thing came up. Aries conflicted, just right in the fucking corner of your screen while you're playing. All right.
I'll just kind of like look around me, just try and get an idea of what is this, like my surroundings.
The architecture is definitely foreign, and it seems like this weird hybrid between like elven architecture and dwarven architecture. Most of the stonework is hexagonal in the way it's laid instead of the typical square brick, and it's of blacks, whites, and blues, I believe, was the color scheme for a majority of the buildings inside Ethril.
Are we inside right now?
You're still
We are.
inside, yeah, that area. You can
Yeah,
walk
in the
outside, and
tower.
I mean, it's still wedged open by the chunk of wood Tim Tom opened the door with.
Mhm.
You're welcome to go outside and take a look at the entirety of the city if you so choose, or if you guys want to bamf out, that's up to
How
you
long-
if you would like to explore more.
How long do we have until the meeting?
There is
Zeri said it was month.
10
I'll
days.
yeah, it's like outside of this place. It's like 10 days,
How long have we been here?
You've
like
been
35.
here 35 hours you've been here.
35 hours.
Yes.
I said 35 days.
Read
So
35
every
days.
hour we spend here, a day goes by. Wow, okay, we should leave. I'm sorry. How many days do we have until the meeting?
10.
10. So I suggest we should spend at most 5 hours, and then we should probably head back and prepare.
Okay. Is there anything more to do here?
I mean, Ari, this is an ancient city full of ancient knowledge. Is there anything that you want? Like, their libraries are incredible. Are there any answers you're looking for?
Lots, but maybe we should like go tell people that you're not dead.
Well, I can do that from here. Like, again, a message could have sufficed.
I had some stuff on my plate, so you know. I'm just gonna kind of wander to the door and just kind of step, not like far, but like a little bit outside, just to kind of get an idea of what this place is.
And you see this vast expanse, this gigantic arcane tower at the top. That appears to be a balcony, and with your eyesight, you can see a cloaked figure watching over. As you can see, multitudes of these strange machines that you do recall were called Warforged from Vecna's tomb. These are being reactivated, and you can see all these other cloaked figures walking around, slowly bringing Ethereal back to life.
So is that Mansoon, guys?
Yeah,
It is.
he's the real deal, man. Soon, not
According to the one that's like on the
one.
tower.
Yeah,
Yep,
that
and
is the real one.
That
For
one's
some
been
reason,
soon,
in your
and that
sight,
one-
just like the rest of them, there's like 3 really red skulls over his head. And when you look at a different one, there's like 1 red skull, and others don't have any skulls over their heads. And you're just like, man, what a strange sensation. All my friends had it, and now I do too. It's just weird. Seems like he's a really high level up there. just throwing that out there. Sorry.
Okay. Okay.
You.
Oh, we should have asked him for more of those arrows. I've heard stories about those.
You see Kingsport and Scrivenscry and Terra walking over to your group now as the 3 of them approach, and you can.
I'm just even more incredulous at the goblin and the penguin.
Yep. You see Terra come over. It's like, I think our welcome is slowly running out. We aren't being rushed out the door for sure, but it definitely seems like this is becoming less and less a open place to all eyes as things are getting busier and busier around here. And you see Scribe being like, and I would appreciate, the chance to see the individual with the book you said, or has access to the book. I think that I'd be happy to help you guys out with all that. Otherwise, me and Kingsport here are happy to go on our other adventures that we need to do to go research and track down all the books we're looking for. Isn't that right, Kingsport?
Yep.
Boss,
We'll do that.
Boss, I don't want to leave the food. Yes, okay, easy. He means yes.
We can do that. That's something I can help you with, hopefully, or at least give you information.
Tellius had mentioned that the Frost Maiden has left this area, no longer overseeing it. I wonder if those things that she was protecting outside of here in the Fire Giant's cave are still under protection.
You can check it out before you leave.
I think we should do that now. I see no reason to stay.
Yeah.
Whatever
Okay.
knowledge there is in here, it will take too long to understand, and none of you can read it anyway, so it would be only my time.
So it's settled then. Let's go.
All right. The group gets together, and you can use a teleport spell from Raleigh to
I
go
will.
up a level if you want.
That is what I will do.
All right. As the group teleports out and Ralia, wherever exactly you're trying to teleport to, you do find yourself like off by about 30 meters. And you're just like, definitely something about that city is a lot of fuckery going on, but not enough to cancel the spell or ruin anything. You guys do find yourself inside the volcano, inside that area, and you can already feel the heat has returned to this area and things have been melting.
It's gonna be tricky. There were a bunch of slaves that were here.
Sure
right?
were.
Are they out and about?
Well, your passive perception, as you turn and look around, you can see half melted dwarfs with their hands being like half in and being like, "Hey! Hey! You there! Why don't you get us out of this mess here?" There's like some that are upside down and they still just the legs are moving, but they're still inside the ice. It appears
I mean, you'll
that
melt, right?
Can't hurt to help us along. It's been a couple days of this shit.
Could anyone bring any fire?
As you guys also look to the right, you can see the entirety of the lava, or the what was once lava and it was an ice bridge, is completely melted, and you do see like the spine of Big Red go down underneath with you guys entering into this area.
Big Red's back.
Who's Big Red?
He's a big problem.
Right.
So, now that we're back in normal time, we have more time to do things. We could work on rounding up as many people as we can and assisting them, or we could just move along, like part of the sponsors.
Mazda, wasn't there something for you in the forge chamber?
I mean, it said I wasn't worthy or something. I think there was also frozen fire giants that could be melting right now. Just
Yes.
putting that out there.
That's fair. We should really,
Perhaps we should check that out before they melt.
yes.
Excuse me, Mr. Dwarf. We'll be right back.
No! As you guys walk away from him. Go ahead and make a investigation check to go find the fire giants.
There it is.
8.
Okay.
22.
Oh, we're rolling. Oh man.
26.
Mm-hmm.
Investigation.
Yep.
16.
Okay. Airy goes and climbs on top of one of the buildings and starts looking around from a better vantage point. Ralia, with her incredible memory, was like, I think it's about, and she turns a couple corners as everyone's sort of splitting up, but not too far from one another to find them. Airy's able to spot one of them, and Ralia is able to spot the other one as the hellhounds appear to be fucking dead. But the fire giants are like just the head is out and like half of a limb, either an arm or a leg of the two of them, and you can see them doing like trying to get out of the ice that is slowly melting.
Masnal, can you speak to them? Perhaps they will be more pacified with their Lord Guild.
I can give it a shot. Hello there.
The one you're looking at appears to be a female fire giant in her armor. It's all blackened and red. She looks down to you with her eyes and she's like, "Hello there."
We just wanted to know whether we're going to have any issues with you once the ice gets melted.
What's going on?
Well, okay, where to start? We came in to free my mother from the evil fire giant dude. We killed him, set her free. Ice thing happened, covered in ice. You got frozen.
The Fire Lord's dead.
Yep.
By you.
Yep.
Just puny old you.
And my friends.
Just trying to crane its neck, and she's just like, fuck, ice. No problems here, then. Just get me out of the ice and, be on my way.
All right. Well, we're going to be freeing the rest of the goblins and whoever else is here as well. So as long as you're not going to stop us, we shouldn't have any issues.
If you want them, all yours.
Good to know. All right, guys. Shouldn't have any issues. They don't want any problems. They're cool with us freeing everybody. They just don't want to be in the ice anymore. So I say, let's just get them all out.
Okay. How do you guys get them out?
Tellius, can you cut this one free? Perhaps one at a time.
Yes.
So they're
I
in
can do
different
that.
locations. You're talking to the first one, and then the first one's gonna talk to the other one. We'll see how they take it.
Yeah, I can do that.
All right. With
I'll
these,
do yeah.
because you have your scimitar's. You don't have to roll
Yeah,
for anything
easy.
like that. It just takes the better part about 20 minutes or so as you cut the fire giant out, and you see a little grin like, I appreciate it. We'll go get my friend, and two of us will make a volcano and erupt.
Does anyone know what she's saying?
Oswald
Yeah.
does.
She's gonna go get her friend and make like a volcano and erupt.
What does that even mean?
Did she actually say that?
She walks over, and you just see her like punching the ground of the ice where the other one is, and then lifting him up, and you can hear the other one be like, "What?" and just puts it down in front of Tellius, and she just sort of waves like, "Cut him, get him out."
Do the thing.
And he's just like, "What's going on?" And she's just like, "We're leaving." It's like, "What happened to?" And she's just like,
When I'm cutting this giant out, I want to pretend like I'm gonna stab it through his heart, but then like not, and then just like.
"Make a performance check."
So I troll him.
Natural one, you actually stab him.
Oh my
He's dead
god!
now.
Roll initiative. Too bad, no safe states.
Oh no.
You may be surprised at this, but it's a 22.
Multiple times, you are able to troll and scare the living life out of this thing that is double your size. And Ryan Mosnell hears the fire giant being like, I told you, just don't. Cut the shit. Cut the shit right now. And you just see him like, and you cut him out, and the both of them are like, with no manners, no decor. And they're like, we're going. And they just fuck off.
That solves that problem.
Yep.
Good work.
I could have killed him if I wanted to.
They're looking over their shoulder as you say that, and you can see him just like this fear inside the last one that you cut out, and the other one's like, don't fucking look back. Don't look back.
Never show fear.
The hellhounds clearly are dead. They can't survive that type of temperature freezing, so their bones are preserved, but they're just a giant stack of giant hellhound bones.
Hey, super magic guys, are hellhound bones useful or anything?
Are they?
I don't know.
To make
I'm
a
aware of that.
Do they have any kind of medicinal application?
you could have an Arcana check.
Do they have any arcane application?
Can I have a medicine check?
Okay, yeah,
Yeah, if it's used in like any kind of remedy or anything.
sure.
I rolled a 40, so
Oh my god. I rolled a 29, but now it feels bad because you just rolled a 40.
So
We're broken.
Arcane is typically used for like casting fate. So you'd have the bones and cast the bones to try and get some sort of tarot card, ask fate.
Mhm.
Hellhounds are pretty good with that type of stuff. Not so much anything else of the arcane nature. Medicinal, you don't really feel like you don't really feed or mix in the bones of Hellspawn to help things. But there are probably some poison applications that it could be useful to get, shavings of the Hellhound bones.
Yeah, if anything, we could just give it to Pina to do whatever she wants with it.
Ooh, yeah, she'd like that.
Don't see any harm in that.
Might as well collect them then. I know they are quite large, but collect what you can, I guess.
Yeah, they're not going to fit in the bag of holding, but you guys can figure out which bone you want to carry for your next teleport.
Take the skull and put it over my face. No,
Mosnell,
I don't-
how much
I don't
weight
do that.
can you hold? Because at some point you're going to be over encumbered, if not already.
What? I've God mode on.
No, you don't.
Hang on.
Also, his sword no longer weighs a bunch.
It sure does.
No, it still
It
It
does. It's
sure
just
weighs
smaller.
300.
Okay, yeah.
Just dense as fuck
It's just
now.
smaller.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I know-
can the sword fit in the bag of holding now?
I think the bag is
Filter.
weight as well.
The bag does have a weight limit.
Yeah.
Find out how much that is.
So,
Just a moment.
how do you figure out your
500 pounds.
For
We
the
can't.
sake of brevity,
If you
guys
click,
can get like
if you're in
bones.
equipment, click the weight carried, and it'll pull up a thing that says your total
equipment?
carrying capacity. It's
Weight
based on your
carried.
strength level.
I will say you can either cut up bones and pick and choose a few bones, but in total, you guys can take and carry 2 giant hellhound bones that you can use for a plenty of resources of cutting up and stuff like that.
I grab the humerus and I turn to Ralia and I say, "Does this look funny to you?"
Boo.
I mean, it looks
Tara-
like a bone.
Tara has the dumbest smile on her face. She's like, I love it. I love it. You also see Scriven Scry eating and licking one of the bones.
Excellent.
Not Scriven Scry, Kingsport. Excuse me, Kingsport.
Yeah.
The penguin.
Yeah, I was like, that makes more sense.
Yeah, not Scriven Scry. Scriven Scry is just like, look inside this area, and the other one's like, wow, it might taste like something.
Okay.
So
Eddie,
I-
Do you want to help me investigate the forge area? I think that there might be things of use.
Did you ask me?
He has
Harry.
Harry, okay.
Okay, that's what I thought. I was like, oh.
Hunter, can you hear?
Oh, yeah. Oh, I didn't even hear that you were telling me. Yeah,
Mhm.
I'll. Yeah, we
Sure.
can make our way over there.
As the two of you return, it'll take about 40 minutes or so to get there from all the winding and everything and memory. Give me investigation checks as you return to the room. The workshop is pretty fucked up still. The ice is slowly melting as well. The at the forge though, there's still the pseudo armor above it, and it does look like a fair amount of the place is picked clean, besides some gigantic journals that are laying on the side of some of the tools that he had there. Go ahead and make your investigation checks. I know passively your investigations. There is nothing clear of magical resources in here anymore. Whatever was on him, the stones went with him inside the forge. So there's nothing, sadly, of that much value. It's just giant-sized bullshit for the most part. Besides
23.
Okay.
22.
I would say you would find a great deal. So, like, there's trunks and sort of like where you would store a bunch of ingots or maybe store a bunch of raw materials. You know how they're all sorted? You actually see giant bins full of copper, silver, gold, and platinum lined up that he's clearly using as a material to make cast enchantments and do whatnot. So I would say that is of the most value that you find in here, aside from seeing that there's oversized giant journals in here and typical smithing tools inside his chamber.
What do the journals say? Can I read them? And if I can't, then can I cast Detect Languages to read them?
You can cast Detect Languages to read them. Can I read them? And by that I mean I'm reading them.
Hey, I don't want to cast spells when I don't need to, right?
Can I read them? No, I'm gonna read them anyway.
In summary, the giant is very paranoid. He came from a group of fire giants that were... and by the way, you're like standing in his giant desk, and it's like Hobbit shit from Lord of the Rings. I mean, you're like moving a whole parchment page that's gigantic in front of you, and you're using Morta as well. It's like, I get up there and I'm gonna look through you to see what the fuck this bullshit says. So that's going on as well. A bunch of fire giants that were killed in the past. It was part of many of the scuffles between a multitude of other giant clans in the past. He's isolated himself for quite a long time and was approached by the Ice Witch, which you now know is O'Real, that the group dealt with. They cut a deal that she would continue protecting many things in these areas and in these mountains, while he could continue his research to immortality, and she would help him in order for protection of all the ongoings inside here. He expressed no interest in any of the frost or the nonsense below, and only tolerated the witch. He also cut a deal where he would create materials for her weapons and any spells she needed to use for whatever she was doing, while he was researching immortality. He was giving these soul gems to O'Real to help her construct whatever spell she was creating. I'd say those... What he describes would remind Ralia of that giant mechanism that was in the basement of the Arcane Tower.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a plethora of, like, no longer magic stones that were inside whatever that mechanism was. So clearly she was trying to do something with that mechanism that didn't work out. I believe there was something else inside his journals too. I'm looking through the notes here.
Shout out to Ice Bay.
Yeah, no, I think that's just about it. He was definitely paranoid about dying from great evil. It's the same bullshit that you hear spun a million different ways, whether it be prophecy. It's like preppers, basically. I'd say you get the sense that this was a total, like, doomsday is every other week, and he's got to keep preparing, and I gotta stop it from happening to me. And then you guys murdered him, so nope. No cigar. Airy, the golds and all that, you guys can take as much as you can carry.
Yeah, I was gonna go loot that as much as I could wield.
I'd say you can take like 100 pieces from each bin.
Cool.
That's just a fucking lot.
They're platinum, gold, and silver.
Yeah, there's not a lot of platinum though. So platinum, I'd say there's maybe like 30 pieces left inside the platinum one, while the other ones are well stocked.
Mm.
So take as much platinum, up to 30 as you want.
I took a total of 30.
There's no platinum, Aurelia, when you return after reading your books. There's just only 3 bins full of money.
I will take as much gold as I can.
All right. You can take 300 gold pieces.
And then you said the suit of armor is still there?
Sure is.
Eddie, perhaps we should call everyone in.
Yeah.
And as he goes to do that, I'm going to just inspect it, look at it, see if there's magical properties to it.
Yeah, go make an Arcana check.
I'll go get the group.
Certainly takes him about 40 minutes to get him, bring him back. A little faster, I'd say, actually. Maybe about 30 minutes because now you know your way.
Bad roll, 27.
27. Without doubt, this is magical armor, and it is of that of the god of war, which has the Warboar insignia on it, which I have his name, Kair. All around it, the armor itself exudes magical properties. So it is of great value. It's red and with all gold etching all the way around. A little bit like, kind of reminds me of Skullberhide type of armor, but not quite as annoying and agitating. Definitely different color tones and palettes, but it's close. To discover what exactly it does, you would probably have to attune to it. And you don't know if you can even attune to it with a 27. There's clearly...
Oh, wait. I have the goggles of revealing. I took them back, or the goggles of identify, whatever they're called. Because I took them back. I traded for Pinna. I'm going to use those.
Sure.
So I can cast identify on it.
Uh-huh. When you cast the identify spell on it, as the group returns, you learn that the attunement requirement is to be a champion of Kair, and it imbues it with the powers of a demigod. It's hard to know the specifics with an identify spell when you're dealing with magic of the divine.
So it's just okay.
Yeah.
Probably pretty good.
Probably
That's
won't ever
fair.
come up again, would be my guess.
I think we should leave this here. It is useless.
All right. You heard the lady? Oh, there's a lot of
well,
gold over here, though.
Tell
Oh,
us.
right.
You're welcome to it. You do notice the gold.
Why don't we just take the bag of holding and just dump all this in there?
You can try maxing out your bag of holding.
With gold!
Yeah, I can.
I mean, we should probably be a bit careful about it.
Nah!
Don't
Nah!
want to
Well-
break it.
I mean, we could just, like, dump a lot in, not the whole thing. I don't know. Do you not like money?
I am looking up.
No.
gold again.
I am looking at
50 coins,
Like-
value weighs a pound.
Like, how many coins are in this thing? Like, how big is this thing?
It's gross. It's giant sized, so it's like...
Well, let's go.
Instead of like like what you would see for next to chicken feed, it's just fucking gold coins, silver coins, and bronze coins. Full.
Oh, we don't want the other. Yeah, just give me the gold.
Guys disgust me.
Gross. What do you mean? It's free.
How much gold do you want to take?
How much stuff do we have in the bag?
Yeah,
just-
how much stuff do we have in the bag? That's what I would ask first.
we have a bunch of gems, like azurite, chalcedony, malachite, bloodstone, yellow sapphire. We have diamonds up to the
Pretty light.
wazoo. We've got a couple tuning forks for astral travel. We got a few. I don't think actually we have these blue and silver longswords anymore. I think we identified those at one point.
Yes, that is true.
Okay, I'm gonna remove those because they're no longer in there. I would imagine.
Scriven
We
Spy.
got some blue vials of liquid and red vials of liquid, and some and 3 broken warforged. By the way,
That's true.
They're
We
fucking
have
heavy.
Warforged in our bag?
Yep.
We have
Parts of them, yeah.
Okay.
with library cards, which I don't think are very heavy. We've got
The Warforged.
See if I don't
Um,
read anything.
we got some black staff magic balls. So I'm not sure what those are.
Magic.
You throw
we,
them,
st-
one health.
we still have some chemical weapon. That's fun. We could probably get rid of that.
Oh, Jesus.
Keep it in the bag.
You want to
Keep it in the bag forever.
somewhere?
No, I'm not gonna. We should dispose of it properly, is what I'm saying.
Just leave it in the bag forever.
What are you gonna give it to a
Put this right
child?
here.
Oh, didn't know Tyr was the god of fucking crazy.
That's right.
So that's everything in the
Man, I
bag.
really hope
I'd say.
Tyr-
Oh, go ahead, Ryan.
No, it was mainly a joke. I was just saying I really hope Tyr isn't Mosnell's god. if he's telling his followers to give bombs to babies.
I'd say it's probably about 300 pounds of weight. A majority of that to the gemstones and the Warforged parts that you looted.
Makes
So
sense.
we've got about 150
There
pounds
you go.
of gold we could throw in.
Yeah.
So
That's a lot of gold.
That's,
Wait, why do we have the Warforged parts?
For
so
research
we can
purposes.
reconstruct them and give them life.
Oh, alright.
so,
I don't know. I thought it might be something that either.
Do we
You know,
even have
or-
enough to make a whole Warforged, or is it just
Yes,
like
we have enough to make 3
got an
Warforged.
arm
We just have to.
3?
We have to build them a heart.
you can loot up to 7,500 gold. That'll be 150 pounds.
Let's do it.
You can have
That's going in.
75.
How much?
75.
I'm gonna put this in my notes currently,
Okay.
and we can divvy it up when we get back.
Uzo, hold the bag. And I'm going to doggy dig. Like in between my legs. Like he's gonna hold the bag behind me. I'm gonna go in between my legs, doggy dig. All the gold into the bag.
Cling, 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 just going all to the sides with like
God,
no can.
aim a little bit.
Nope, just going everywhere, making a mess of one of the most valuable things that this box alone is more than entire cities will make in their lifetimes. And you're just fucking, yeah, adventuring!
Hey, here's a thought.
Huh?
Ralia, when you teleport, can you, like, bring objects with you?
Well, kind of. So if you put it inside of a teleportation circle, I can send it wherever a teleportation circle is.
What if we did that with this thing?
Yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, it is quite large, but if we could fit it.
It'd be a nice present to your stronghold.
Yes, well, I do not have a permanent circle in my stronghold, but we could send it to
Well, maybe
Waterdeep.
Waterdeep, yeah. I don't know. Fund the alliance or something. Just a thought.
I don't see why not. If we could stack it, I'll show you, and I'll draw out like the circle.
Maz, now
Show
you
them
need to make some
the
fucking
area.
strength checks.
Alright. Let's do this. Rage.
Your rage pushed the crate. This is great.
Slowly filling them all
Rage
into a
through it.
single basket before trying to move the single basket to the circle.
Wait, wouldn't it have been easier to just?
Yep. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. 21.
21. You're struggling at this point, but Ulazal does point out, like, what if we take a little out at a time instead, and then we could like lessen the weight, but you have grocery bag syndrome right now, being like, fuck that.
2 trips.
One
of
trip.
sucker.
One trip.
And Mazda was just back to it. Ari, you're back among friends. and family.
I got
It
you.
has changed.
I got you. And I'll cast Bigby's hand and make a giant fucking hand.
As Mazda sweating, raging with his back to it, slowly
So-
inching along.
So the hand,
Mm-hmm.
it's pretty cool. So it's a large hand.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see how big it is.
Is it purple?
It says large in caps. So I don't know how big that is.
That means it's extra.
It's
large.
gargantuan.
It's large.
For some
That's pretty
strange
annoying.
reason, you hear like, ready, go.
Oh, why do I hear boss music? That's a bit weird.
Okay, so what do you want to do with Bixby?
This is a crossover episode.
No, you're good.
I would like to use the forceful hand feature.
Okay.
The hand attempts to push a creature within 5 feet of it. I'll just use it on the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Make a check with the hand strength, contested by the strength check of the target.
Sure.
If the target's medium or smaller, you have advantage. If you succeed, it pushes the target up to 5 feet plus a number of feet equal to 5 times your spellcasting modifier. But that's a lot.
Give me a strength check. Just give me a fucking strength check for Bixby's hand.
I give him guidance.
This thing has a strength of 26, so...
Yeah, I'm unfamiliar.
Strength.
Against inanimate
well.
object.
Yeah,
I would give you advantage on it as well, for the sake of the
Okay,
situation,
great.
and you have guidance.
Alright, I rolled a 13. I'll do the guidance. That's a 1, so 14 plus 8. It's 22.
The two of you together are able to move it onto the pad. Ralia is able to create her teleport circle, burning her magic chalk and whatnot she needs to use for it. And you can send it to Waterdeep whenever you want.
Alright. Let me just send a quick message.
1 trip required.
Alright. And there's just a giant floating hand behind Miles now.
Yes, while he's
And-
he's like hands on his knees, smiling like, I got it, baby.
You did great, bud.
And what's cool is that as like the movements I make with my hand,
Yep.
it mimics. So I'm just kind of like doing like the bunny thing behind Miles now. Yeah,
Beautiful. Gigantic and glowing.
absolute monster hand. Yeah,
This is wonderful.
All right,
this is what we play for.
what message into who are you sending it?
I'm gonna send a message to Salem.
Okay.
I think Salem. No, maybe Calgary. Maybe Calgary. I don't know who'd be a good guys. Who should I send a message to in Waterdeep?
Black stuff.
Black stuff. That seems a bit above her pay grade,
I mean,
or below her pay grade.
I don't know for certain if Salem is actually
Maybe
in
just
Waterdeep.
wait. Has Tullius have you ever been to the outpost where they have a teleportation circle?
No.
Oh, then probably.
I don't think so.
Salem or
I think
Calgary?
I would know about it, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I know about it, but I've never been there personally.
Just one of the guards.
I was just gonna say, just message her to the guards and be like, "Hey, the Chosen are coming. They're sending a huge fucking thing of money. Don't touch it."
Don't
Yeah.
touch it.
Don't touch it.
Touch my gold.
Do we want them to? Do we want to say don't touch it? Do we want to say like secure it? Like what is like? Do we want them to like box it up nice for us? Like
I don't know.
I don't either.
Just tell them to leave it there until we come.
Okay.
Yeah, just leave it
that's fine.
until we arrive. Don't mess with it.
All right.
Just send us some to like Calgary or Salem. They're the ones who would actually handle it kind of thing.
Okay.
Is the
All right, I'll message
meeting
Calgary.
in Waterdeep? Sorry. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Hello, Calgary. It's Tellius. We have a giant fucking thing of gold.
Tell them to
It's
move it
gonna
off
be-
the circle. Off the circle.
Teleported.
Tell them to move it off the circle. Yes.
We're teleporting a giant bin of gold onto the teleport circle in the outpost. Could you please move it off of the circle and make those arrangements, and we will take care of it when we are at the tribune. I'll do that over like 2 sends. Don't worry. I know that was a lot of words.
Your response is, "Oh, thank fuck that you're alive. Oh my god. Oh, you. Oh." You can hear literal like pain and anguish in Calgary's voice. Oh, yeah, fine. Oh my god, they're alive. We didn't want to message you. We were worried. Normally you message us. He's like in denial. Not even sure if he's talking to you at this point. Oh, I got great. All right. And he clearly has people to tell things to.
They're alive again. God.
Gosh, we disappear for 1 month and the world goes into.
Right? Jeez. Got important adventures to go on.
Yeah.
He's like, ugh.
It's kind of how it worked out.
Right, so Calgary's aware. I guess he thought we were dead, so that's funny.
Wait, Harry, you didn't tell us that it was that urgent.
I mean, it wasn't really urgent. They were just worried because they hadn't heard anything, and I appeared next to a. Was it that a beholder?
Yeah.
Oh
Like,
yeah, that started there, brother.
In this fucking magic city, I was a little bit distracted. I'll be honest.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. Tim Tom is handsome, so
Indeed.
just so glorious. That gold. Ugh, if my skin were that hue, I'd be swimming in ladies.
Bralia, do you send the gold?
Yeah.
Okay. Gold is sent off in a way.
All right, now for the silver. No, I'm kidding.
No, you put all silver, bronze, and gold.
Everything went into one bin.
Ooh.
Yep.
Yeah.
Put
Let's
everything in.
go. We're the smartest adventurers on the planet.
They got
Remember,
a-
one trip.
One trip.
Put it all in one trip.
One trip, man.
There is
Nice, clean.
Maznal, perhaps you should look at this armor. I don't know if it is something. It sounds like something you've described before.
What armor?
Point out the armor. That
There's a giant, shining, glowing piece of armor with like basically a spotlight over the forge where the Fire Lord died, and it's just sort of standing there.
Oh, I didn't see
Mazio's
that.
like,
Well, that's the one I tried to touch, and it was like, you are not worthy.
yeah, that did happen. You're right.
I mean, I don't think much has changed, so I mean, I can try it again. He didn't say any. The voice wasn't like, if you touch this again, oh boy. It was just like,
No.
okay.
The DM would love to, but no. Nah, you're good.
I mean, I can try it again, see what happens.
I mean, all of us are spoken for, so hey, you are the only one that does not know your
Oh,
god.
this is a divine thing.
Yes, and I'll explain to them what I learned.
Oh, yeah, add it to the list, Mosnell. This could be one.
Ooh. Which god was that?
The God of War.
Ooh. Oh yeah, we did know that. All right, I will give it another go. I go to touch the helmet.
As you walk up the
Explode.
stairs and you touch it again, you can see like a glow inside the eye sockets of where the mask is, glow red, and you hear
Oh, yep. Unworthy, yep. That's same as last time. Okay, we can go now.
as you guys have just embarrassed Mosnell as he's looking down to the rest of you, looking up at him, expecting
Yeah.
this wonderful magical moment. Instead, just disappointment.
So, the problem remains, how are all of these people going to get out of here now that the ice bridge is a lava river?
How many people did we see?
I'd say on your guys' way back, there's still about another like 1,000 or so here.
Well,
Oh boy.
There was a walkway. It was just frozen over.
The walkway.
Yeah,
has
but
been,
it's melted now.
It is right, but it's been opened. The front gates are opened. It looks like the fire giants fucked off and just walked right away. So
And they
it's
didn't
open
bring it down.
for anyone to leave now. Big Red's still under there, but he doesn't seem to be bothering. As you can see, a fair amount of dwarfs at this point and gnomes have escaped, and they've been helping others, and you can hear pinging and chiseling going on, and you see the little, like, happy hobbit walks of these dwarfs going out into the fucking cold on the top of this mountain.
Oh, so they're good.
It doesn't they could be. They're taking care of their own at this point, but you could also make it your problem.
We could at least help them.
We could
Get
send
out
a
of the
message
ice.
to the nearby village to have them send a rescue party or something.
We could help them get out too
Yeah.
from the ice.
Yes,
Thank
at
you.
least remove them from the ice would be helpful. I do have one more thing that I am interested in, though.
Mhm.
There was a safe here. It was made of adamantine.
Yep.
I'd like to send that as well.
All right. Make sure you mark off your
I know
components.
someone who loves that stuff.
And you, easily enough, you can cast it, get down there, send the
Mhm.
safe, and you're all good. And I'm sure there is a individual inside Waterdeep right now who
Hey, other character.
that's just running
Have a
2
present.
hours away from Waterdeep right now. It's like you have a horse, and just he's not thinking right now.
Listen, there's nothing wrong with character nepotism.
As all these guards are like, well, what do we fucking do with all this money? And you see Calgary being like, I don't know. And Shalmir comes in. Hey, Shalmir just, fuck, just pushing people over.
I smelled it from a mile away.
You can smell it.
Takes 4 days of him holding it to bring it back because it only weighs
Starts
a billion
just
pounds.
starts smacking it with a hammer. Actually, he does have that hammer that was
Yeah, he
able to dent
does.
it.
So yeah, there you go. So
Break it
that's,
down.
that's going on. That's definitely happening over the course of the next couple days. Him coming over, just being like with the magical hammer and taking scraps of it and putting it back and forth. What would you guys like to do for the rest of the time before the tribunal? This does seem to be wrapping up everything here. You still have access to this area. You can't really take the suit of armor right now, but it's there whenever you want to come back to it, whenever that's relevant again.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I just love.
I'll
hearing
put it on the
how
objective list.
Unworthy I am all the time. Let's just come back weekly to just hear how unworthy I am.
Do you want to touch
I
on
mean,
that?
we could do daily if you really want to.
Yeah, I mean, we could do that.
Do you want to touch
No,
again?
that's not necessary.
Oh, well, you said you wanted to, so. A little awkward.
No, it's really
Miss-
to hear people they don't like. Hear people say that they don't like you. You know, it's a really great thing. So maybe you should experience that.
Jeez. Oof.
We can wait until we think I would be worthy to the god of war, perhaps.
Well, maybe we just have to go to war. Easy.
Something. I don't think it's
It's-
that important.
Is the God of War evil?
Bologna uses crossbows from the God of War, so I mean, she hasn't
So,
done
yeah.
anything evil.
But his Valkyrie almost tried to kill us, so...
And she was corrupted by the Ouroboros symbol on her chest. She did try to kill the fuck out of you, but she also wasn't in her right mind. Doesn't mean she wouldn't have tried to kill the fuck out of you if she was in her right mind. But you just didn't know if she was in her right mind.
So it seems to me that he's kind of just a neutral force.
That would be what Ulazal would sense. It's war's war.
He's balanced. Nice.
To be fair,
Part of life.
yeah.
So I guess while the time is passing by between activities, I'll like take a torch and use the magma to light it on fire, and help the people melt some of the, just to curry some good favor.
Certainly.
Same.
I'd say just the group doing what you guys are doing, it's not worth making checks. You guys can help thaw out dwarves and gnomes that were once enslaved and not piss them off enough to be like, that help wasn't helpful. You guys got this. I trust you at this level. And you do a wonderful job helping them out, aiding them to get down off the mountain, get them towards Neverwinter or close areas and cities, and any of the other city tops and village tops.
Nice. Another good deed.
Bologna has not made her way back. She is awaiting seeing you guys at the tribunal to meet back up with the groups.
Cool. I will. Last we knew, Jibber was heading to that village, right?
Yeah, about a month ago, Jiver was helping with the humanitarian efforts.
Okay, so he's probably not still helping the refugees from here go back to the village.
Mm-hmm.
Or am I remembering that incorrectly?
He helped to a point. He was helping
Okay.
people here prior. But
And
that was even
did we-
farther. That was almost 2 months ago.
Yeah, did we meet anybody from that village?
Nope. You can never
All right.
bothered with it.
I will let them know the information that Jibber told us about the village that's nearby,
Certainly.
so that they have somewhere to go.
All right. A fair amount of them use it as a docking center. Some don't care. They all split. There are varying ways. They
Okay.
seem headstrong, and they take what supplies they have here with them and out into the cold world. There's an
All right.
influx of dwarfs and gnomes back in the world.
Thank goodness.
Anything else?
Oh, well.
Broadly speaking, because just for the sake of brevity, is there anything else you guys would like to accomplish in the 9 days before the tribunal? You do get panic messages from like Brine and Blackstaff being like, really glad you're alive. See you soon. Can't wait to see ya. Send a message next time. We're not the types to send it to you, because normally when we contact you, it's bad news. So, like, we were worried there. Glad it's not bad news this time. This is great. You're great. See you
Man,
soon.
we should get like some like message stones so that we can just be like, "Hey, how's it going?" You know?
We have the black box.
Oh yeah, we could just use that.
That is a good point.
We are the stupidest adventures in the world. Never mind.
You
Take it
guys,
back.
you guys didn't have the black box.
Oh, that's right. Somebody didn't want to come with us with the black. It all makes sense now.
It all makes sense.
Sudden,
You're
Oh,
blaming us this
makes
whole
sense.
time, and it is okay.
easy to shift blame all of a sudden when you thought you were in the wrong.
Aha!
I just smile and laugh.
All right. We good to jump to the tribunal, or what?
At
Yeah.
some point in the 9 days, I
Yeah.
would like to speak to Ari.
Sure. Back at the castle, we'll say 2 days before the tribunal. Ulazal takes Ari aside to have a conversation.
So, I understand that we were gone for quite a while, but it looks like you've endured somewhat of a battle while we were away.
You could say that.
I can't say I understand exactly what you're going through, but if you find yourself in places like that, you know that you have a plethora of people who care very much about you and would very much prefer to be with you in the fight.
Yeah, I know that. Salem helped me out quite a bit, actually. Well, you guys were doing an important task. So, I don't think there's too much to worry about as of now. Well, we're making progress.
So, Do you still want to be a champion of the madness?
There's more answers that I need. I actually had a long conversation with that Goliath one night. I'm wondering if... I mean, there's stuff that I didn't know and stuff that I learned, and I mean, the one thing that I was so regretful was it made it seem like my goal was to open those crystals and release these... I actually have kind of taken to calling them generals of the madness god. Well, he brought up an interesting point. Two were released. One is on the run, and one is dead. And it made me think. He mentioned that maybe the goal that was being set to me is maybe they aren't necessarily in its favor. I'm not sure. Maybe the goal was to put me on the path so they could be defeated. So they could be released and terminated. Maybe they did something. Or maybe they were no longer following the path it wanted. Interestingly, apparently there's two different sides to it.
So,
Like a coin. When I spoke to him, he said, I guess there's a male persona and a female persona. And at periods of time, one acts as more of a good following advisor and the other more of an evil following advisor. But they can rotate at times as well. Like a falling coin.
so it's a dying being, and is only one in control at any given time?
I don't know if it's dying though. I think it's like
I'm sorry, I said Dayun, as in...
Dayun. Yes, yeah. Like a god of, I don't know, fate or coincidence, both good and bad. Interestingly, I've only heard from one side, whereas he mentioned having heard from both sides. And there was a moment where I was trying to get answers, and he heard from the female side, which is, according to him, most recently giving instructions of a good nature, where the male side has most recently been giving instructions of a evil nature. I don't know. I think there's more to figure out. I think we need to find out what its relationship with Zahir is. Because we know those generals were trying to kill followers of Halal, who is under the pantheon of Zahir. So there's just things that don't quite make sense. Not yet.
It's a lot. Must have been a very insightful conversation.
It was fascinating because he came all the way out to the woods outside of Jinzhou. It brought him there just to speak with me, and it actually specifically instructed him to help me. But I don't know. I don't know if it's necessarily an evil entity. I'm wondering if it just is like the flip of a coin. It can hit the side you prefer or the side you do not like. And it's almost like a god of consequence.
Interesting. There's a lot to learn here. You should document the things that you learn about this being. It could be very helpful.
I'm doing my best.
Okay.
He also had an interesting allegory that he had learned. It was the story about a boulder rolling down a hill and falling into a pond, crushing all the fish within. And it almost made it sound like the boulder was a metaphor for Ragnorum, where he's not necessarily evil, but it is his nature to bring destruction.
Huh.
And so everybody's so worried about it's such a tragedy when the boulder displaces the pool of water because it crushes all the fish. And wouldn't it be just better if the boulder went in a different direction and didn't harm any party? It was interesting. It was a fascinating connection. That maybe what is going on in the world is major, but not necessarily
Unnatural.
I don't know. Yeah, not necessarily unnatural. It's terrible, but not personal.
It's like a cult.
I don't know. It just was.
Well, we're still gonna try and push the boulder up the hill.
Yeah, I mean, and it may not necessarily need to be pushed up the hill. Maybe we just need to find a way to push it away from the pool.
I'm just saying we should take our problem and push it somewhere else.
There may be I think there may be a better way to address it than just trying to ram into it.
I think that's wise.
And I think learning more about Zahir will lead us to more answers of the madness. And learning more about the madness will give us better insight in how to address Ragnarok.
Couldn't have picked a more conspicuous deity. Zahir is somewhat of an enigma.
Was there anything in that Hall of the Gods?
The library. Wait, yes, there was. Wasn't there? Oh boy.
Whisper whispers.
Oh no, that's not for you. Somebody else's text.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So there was a shrine to Zahir that was the stag, right?
Yeah, and then Mosnell tried to ride it.
Nothing happened, and we didn't think to do anything with it.
No, because you
guess we're going there after the tribunal.
You're selfish as fuck. So yeah, that's basically it. Would have been cool. You almost had it there when you're like, Ari, we should go, and then you guys didn't go.
One of the most connected people to Zahir, with possibly his enemy, but also was offered
no time
to potentially be his champion personally.
Don't worry about it. Forget about it. Don't worry. Tribunal time.
I think it would be a very good idea to go back immediately after the tribunal.
I think that's probably wise.
Yeah, provided we're allowed in.
Yeah, unless, something
Suni Suni's word, so we'll see what Manny Suni has to say about it.
Ugh, leave me alone. Shoot, he might destroy that whole place. Right.
Who knows?
I should tell you.
Time works slower in there, so we've got time.
You do?
Yeah. I should tell you. Mansoon's goal is to kill gods. He wants to kill gods to avenge his people.
Okay, that's a goal.
You guys are like sitting in your in like the normal shared area in front of the fireplace, having this heart to heart, but like in one of the private areas, and that's just like a little. It's quiet. You can hear like the jingle down the hallway of one of the knights of Arwen just being like, "You know when dinner is tonight?" Like just casual, everything going on. Just really, I wasn't gone that long. Like I know it was long, but it wasn't that long. Is a notion of feeling when you hear Mansoon is friends now, and he just wants to get revenge on gods.
I don't know if I would use the word friend, but he's not personally trying to kill us.
Well, that's a plus.
Yeah, it really is. I would prefer to not have to
I
fight.
enjoy not having having less people wanting to kill us.
I do need
That's
to.
nice.
I do need to commune at some point, so that I can find out.
Well, you got a few days.
Yeah, I will do that in 2 days. I'll do that after somebody else takes a turn, so I'm not playing D&D by myself.
But yeah, there was surprisingly a lot of insight in my time. So
Well, I'm glad you weren't just bumming around on the couch.
yeah, that's not at all what happened.
Good. Glad that your time was useful.
Oh, one of the days, Pinna, like the first day you guys got back, broke into your castle and like hunted each and every one of you down and gave you muffins and hugs.
What
She
kind of
was-
muffin?
Blueberry. She was fucking
Hell yeah.
concerned. Well,
Blueberry.
Every day is different though. It's like blueberry, cranberry. She's basically been making muffins for Aerie for the past 35 days, and now she has a habit of it.
I don't think it was 35. She
It wasn't.
started doing it like 2 weeks in or so.
Yeah, it was around day 20.
Is Ari growing a belly?
Not at all, because he
I
hardly
would-
ate any of it.
I was not eating that many, and she would make like a dozen. I would eat one. She would make like another dozen the next day.
And
The flavor. He didn't like the flavor, so I have to make a dozen different ones.
she was in massive panic mode, extremely worried about Aerie and everybody, and the Knights of Tyr have been well fed for the past 2 weeks.
Hell yeah.
Oh no, they're a little unbalanced now.
Now they gotta get that carb load on,
Some of them,
you know?
some
Their
of them.
diet is unbalanced.
Yeah.
This must be rectified.
Oh,
Is the
God.
will of
What an unhealthy idea of like eat really, really bad, then eat really, really good, and just keep going back. That's terrible.
I eat pasta for 14 meals in a row, and then I eat protein for
I
14
eat
meals in a row.
water. Just drink water. This is called an eating disorder. This is what my God wants for me. So you shut the
Oh
fuck
my
up.
god.
Sorry. All right. All right. Anybody else want to do anything with right before the
I
time?
want to talk to Ari too.
Fuck. All right. Go. You can talk to Aerie. Go ahead.
I'll try to make it quick.
No, you don't have to. It's fine. There's no rush. We're good.
Hey, can I come in?
Yeah, do what you want.
Sorry to be so hard on you earlier. I'm probably just as shell shocked as you about the whole Rio and situation. So, yeah, it's been a lot for sure. So, I was snappy. That's on me.
Well, it's not all for naught. One of them's dead now. The other one's
Yes.
frightened for her life.
Yes. I had been thinking over the past few days about it, and I was just curious to make sure that we are on good terms and that I do not have to worry about anything with you, because they clearly wanted to kill me.
So, thing is, this thing. And I gesture to my arm. What's your passive perception, by the way?
Let me pull it up. 20.
You can see it now.
You notice my arms look different than the last time. There's
What
some,
kind of
like,
different?
Like recently healed scarring all over my arm.
I thought he was going to say yoked.
Like,
You got
It's the muffins.
like something was teared into my arms, and they are just recently healed over the past couple weeks.
Does it look self-inflicted?
Mm-hmm.
It definitely looks very smooth, like it was made by a weapon.
I'll just note it. Won't say anything. I'll note it.
So this thing speaks to us directly very infrequently. And it gives specific directions of that. However, I think there's different groups of people. For example, Rio and Vice, they seem to be more generals under him, whereas me, and there's actually a Goliath in a similar boat as me, who's been that way for hundreds of years, I think. We are more of like chosen champions. And it was only the generals that were really given any directive of attacking those under Halal. It's actually never been anything even suggested to me. I'm just barely finding out about the relationship to Zahir that I have. And my friend, the Goliath, actually brought up an interesting point about how perhaps the path I've been set on, one of the aspects of it is removing these generals. Because they were placed in my way, and as a result, one is dead and one is on the run. And I haven't heard any sort of like reprimanding or instructions to not go in that direction. And he didn't even know about Zahir and Halal being related or anything about that. He had no idea, and he's been around marked like I am for, isn't it like thousands of years actually, Reed? That he mentioned?
Something like that. It was. Something.
He mentioned at least over 1,000 years.
He's been a while in that
lifetime.
cave, just fucking off, man.
Yeah, he's been alive quite a long time and had no knowledge of anything to do with Halal or Zahir.
Well, I mean, he's been in the cave for 1,000 years, so...
But he still hears the voice.
Okay. Well, still.
Where?
I mean, my...
Apparently, in my less than a few years of being marked, I've heard the voice of it more times than he has total.
Right. Well, that means you're special, which is cool.
That's what he seemed to indicate to me. He said he barely heard the voice.
Well, I had contact with my goddess. Direct contact. We had brought Tara with us, and we both touched the statue that was in that city, and we were transported to some kind of dimension or something, and we spoke with her. And I was able to ask a few questions, but mainly the big takeaway was that she's incredibly weak, and I'm essentially the last hope. So I need to remain strong, and that our ultimate objective is to stop Ragnarum.
Well, as far as my path is indicated, my goal is the same, and I have no ill will towards you.
Well, that's good to know. But is there any indication that your directive could change, seeing as there's so many different factions and whatnot in your supposed faith?
No idea.
Right.
If it tries to tell me to do something I don't want to do, I won't do it. I know Zahir's already essentially offered me.
Oh, so you could just reject it and just
Offers on
say,
the
you know
table.
what?
I mean,
All right, fair
it's
enough.
It's a path that I'm thinking about.
I don't
That's-
need you, Dad. I have my other dad.
Yeah. I mean, hey.
Zahir may potentially have his own or its own thoughts, and
Yes.
I don't know. It's a weird relationship that I'm still trying to figure out. But
That does, yeah. Last thing. So, do you know if there are more generals out there?
yes, there's 3.
How many? One? There's 3, yeah. And so the last one, I presume, would be my uncle.
He is
Who's
one of
been
them,
corrupted.
and there were 2 that were unnamed.
Yes. I don't foresee it being something I have to take care of now, or even perhaps even relatively soon. But when it does come down to it, do you know if there are any purification methods? Or no?
Unless I find something related to Zahir, more than likely we are going to have a similar interaction with Vice that will likely result in us having to kill him if we release him.
Well, if it does come down to a fight, then I would like to take the matter into my own hands at the time.
That's fair.
It's a family affair.
I mean, like I said, I have theories about potential alternate paths, but we need to know more about Zahir and do a little bit of digging in that respect before I can maybe find an answer. It's literally just a bold-faced, optimistic theory at this
No,
point.
that's fair. It's better than what we did know.
I have no idea if it'll work, but I just know that that Zahir is in a, I guess, antagonistic relationship with the madness, given that his champions are fighting and he created weapons against it. So I imagine there must be a way to remove the madness.
Yes, I wonder if they're two sides of the same coin.
I don't know.
Who knows? Well, that's all I needed. I'm glad you're not an evil son of a bitch, and I don't have to kill you.
I don't know that. I might be evil. We'll find out.
Well, you're not right now, so that's good. Because if you are, I have to kill you. So, you little shitty. I don't really want to do that.
Classic paladin rogue interaction.
Oh my god.
We got it.
Good
We
thing
got
you're
there.
not evil. We finally got there. Took 200
Yeah.
episodes. Or however many it is.
113.
113. Okay.
Now we're playing real D&D. Now this is
Yep.
pod racing.
We finally got it.
All right.
I'll just walk out.
Anybody else? Your commune? You want to do your commune and anything else somebody wants to do?
Would like
I
to.
wanted to talk to Ari.
Go ahead.
I'm just kidding.
Nice.
Hey! Walks on. Good to see
I
you.
would like to avoid Ari at all costs.
Okay.
I actually am gonna find Ralia.
Make a
Like I
stealth
said,
check,
avoiding at
Ryan.
all costs.
Make a stealth check, Ryan.
Good luck running away from me.
I see Ari, I teleport.
I don't give a shit if it's a continent away and it's not safe. He can't get me. You see all these madness things?
Oh, but quick, while he's rolling and stuff, I'm
Yeah.
gonna put my giant buster sword like I don't have a display for it yet, but I'll like put it
I'm gonna.
against the wall
Yeah.
in my room.
Yep.
So I don't have to carry it all the time, but if I really want to use it, I can. But it's mine now, and it's in my room.
Yes.
I'm also going to look for a new spot for my cabin.
Yeah.
Deeper into the woods where no one will ever find it.
Go ahead and make a survival check. With advantage, because you're very familiar with the terrain.
Yes. Excellent. Oh. Oh, yeah. That is a 27.
I'm a fucking barbarian in the woods. Give me plaid and lumberjack axes, and I will ascend.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd say easily enough. It's a hell of a hike at this point, but it's literally like at this point, almost like in Skyrim. Remember, there's a mod that's like that retreat where there's like waterfall splitting stuff as well.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful area, even though it's snow. It's winter right now because it's been a year. You find a perfect spot for it. You mark it in the ground with a stick again. It is a pain in the ass for anybody to get to. And now that it's out of the way and up, elevated, water's there. There's all these options. You could even think about maybe a water mill that could power things if you needed to, or move whatever.
Cabin next to the water. This is great.
You got a brand new location. And paranoid, you spend hours on multiple days just staking out, seeing if anything comes around. Like some force animals come, and you're like, get out! Ah!
I'm gonna be like the hunter, like in the what is that, the
canopy or sitting chair.
I forget what it's called, but up in a tree.
Mm-hmm. The high
watching.
Yep. And your dad has helped you out quite a bit too, as well. Even with his bum leg, he's still out there helping with the other 3 wolves, scout the area, help you pick out the places, bonding with you really well.
Excellent.
He actually turns to you and he's like, What do you know about this party that's supposed to be happening in a few days?
I know quite a bit. This is the 1-year anniversary of the first party for the end of the Great War.
Sounds important.
It was a big deal the first time, and they're hoping for this party to be just as big. Food, drinks, activities, it's gonna be crazy.
Well, a whole bunch of people in town were talking about it, and then Pinna's going to help some of them get down there quickly. I was thinking about maybe tailing along, if you don't mind your old man being down there trying to see what all the excitement's about.
I think it is a great idea.
Oh, this music is no longer appropriate.
Mosnell's dad transforms into a demon and explodes.
Fuck. She's back.
She's back.
Damn it.
Will is all, she's back.
No.
All right, so
I could take her 1v1 now.
you probably could. Probably not.
Probably not.
You cast 2 spells a turn, so no.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right. Well, hell, sounds fun. I think it'd be fun to get going with all that. And you said you found your mother, right?
Right here.
Yeah. I'm glad you're keeping her safe.
Doing my best.
You get clear, I can't express my emotions, but very proud of you tap on the back of your shoulder. Great goddamn cabin.
I like this one better than the first one.
Couldn't agree more. All right, come on, boys. Starts whistling at them, and they start going off to do their stuff, get back to work and all that. Anything else you'd like to do?
I'm finding Ralia.
All right, so commune boy first. What do you want to commune first? Because that roleplay will be longer than that.
Cast commune.
All right.
You got 3 questions, yes or no. Or if yes or no would be misleading, you can offer a short phrase instead.
Eat shit.
So I go into the temple, light some incense, set some scales, and cast the spell. Were the people of Ethereal innocent?
A matter of perspective.
Were you one of the ones to judge Ethereal?
No.
If man soon achieves his goal, will balance be maintained or destroyed?
Tyr gives you the sense that you got to rephrase that. It's too broad. Mansoon has a billion goals.
If man soon becomes a god killer, will balance be maintained?
No.
Okay, that's what I need to know for now.
All right. Ralia is tracked down by Aerie. Slam the door. Found her inside her castle. I knew you were hiding. Where you always are.
What's the name of that person?
Death Troller.
Death Troll?
Trawler.
Death Troller. Death Troller's a fucking weirdo and keeps trying to steal people before they're dead. You need to talk to him.
Yes, I mean, he's done this.
Had this conversation before.
It's good to hear. I thought he kicked that habit.
and that's it. I'm just like,
Ralia, would you like to talk to Death Troller?
this dude
Sure.
needs to be talked to.
So I'm just going to paint the picture for this, because what Raleigh wanted to do for these 10 days is try to study that memory that she has of Mansoon enchanting the sword.
Yeah.
And like go over the notes that she has from all the books that she read and everything, and go through all of this with Pinna. So she's sitting down at this desk with Pinna right now and being like, this, yeah, no, you have to do this.
Really?
Aerie busts in and she's like,
Yep.
Pinna, study over this. I'll be right back, and I'll go down
Yep.
and talk to Death Troller.
As you see, this place gets more and more homey by the day, and it's like it's the good old Raven Colt. It's looking great today. But you do notice there's definitely a lot more like discard and body parts around, and you know for certain that he's not killing anybody. He's not abducting anybody, but. You know, we had this talk before. Clean your fucking mess, all right? That's the real problem here, is we're not slobs. We have rules. And he's currently working on, once again, one of the other 3 that traveled over here. One is right now just, like, passed out sleeping on the floor next to just bones. And you have him away, hunched over. No, that won't work. Take spleen of a cat doesn't work. Stupid. As he just splats onto the ground.
Death Troller, I had an interesting conversation with Aerie.
Oh, it's the great Ralia. Grace.
Yes.
All right.
So we've had this discussion before, and he tells me that you are taking people who are not quite dead.
Who said such a thing?
I just told you, it was Aerie.
Oh, right. I wasn't listening. Correct. Right. Yes. You know, he probably would say something like that.
Why would he say something like that?
Oh, you got me. So... he caught me outside... And you know how the drunks in wintertime normally find an untimely demise. I was waiting for him, and he found me waiting instead of helping. who am I to judge what the Raven Queen decides? Not me. So I was just waiting for him to die.
Well, I understand the use here. These people are our people now, and there is no reason to let them die. Now, if you see some stranger in the wilderness, sure, go ahead. But these are our people.
You make fair points, and this is a good middle ground I can agree to.
In the very least, do not let anybody see you doing it.
You see this major, you got it, boss. Hunches back over to the body. Maybe cow spleen. And he reaches into a bag.
And then I'll just go back upstairs and just let him do what he's gonna do.
Yep. Working on more shit.
Yeah, so for the majority of the 10 days, I want to be training Pinna with the memories of the enchantments.
Yeah.
And trying to discover for myself as well. I also want to, when she sleeps at night, so I want to sleep during the day.
Yeah.
And when she sleeps at night, partially during the day, when she's working, I want to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
So she goes to work to do the alchemy stuff. When she's sleeping, I want to cast Dream on her and teach her in her dreams as well.
That's awesome.
So she has as much training as she possibly can get.
Hyper training. Oh my god.
That's really cool.
Hyperbolic time chamber.
Roll a intelligence check for me.
Okay.
She rolled a bunch. I just rolled for her. The enchanting is very difficult. And what you're showing her is the equivalent of Grandmaster chess. And you're like, okay, so I know you're an adept, but understand what a Grandmaster thinks. And it's oh, they are incredible. Wow.
And in her dreams, I'm going to shape everything and shape the memory of Mansoon and everything so she can see it happening. My intelligence check is a 26.
Nice.
Wonderfully. So. Things are going well, though Pinna has her limitations. You are condensing years of training and making Pinna more than an average mage, an average
What's your
wizard.
average?
But she's also, what's the female version of it? Is there not
Witch.
Witch. Thank you.
Wizardess.
Wizard.
Well, a wizard is still just a wizard.
It is.
Wizard is.
A witch is a warlock.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Wizard.
So she is showing great strides, and leaps and bounds is going to be you can see in time. Give it more years, even with this type of training, and you're seeing. You think Blackstaff was a prodigy at 17. Just wait to see Pinna. She is 17 now, but give her years, and she's making up ground quick to becoming a force to be reckoned with.
I would also like to bring her with me to the meeting.
Yeah, absolutely.
The tribunal.
She has every intention that when you tell her that, she's like, "What? Yes, ma'am." He's totally push that shit way down.
Just put on your best manners. Everyone there is jovial, but well, not everyone, I guess. But hey, it is a serious meeting, and I'm sure you understand.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much for this honor. Oh my god.
Now go to sleep.
And she goes to bed. All right. Anybody else got anything else? Tribunal time, then.
No.
Pinna would like to seek out Aerie.
I missed you! Okay, so...
Ironically, she would.
And she did. And she gave you lots of hugs. And she gave all of you hugs because she missed the shit out of all of you. And she loves you guys very much. She thinks the world of all of you.
Oh.
Oh, also want to give her the Hellhound bones.
Oh, yeah, hell yeah. She's just like, oh, yes. There is lots to do with these. You got it.
Oh, don't let me forget to give Blackstaff the Warforged buns. Or parts.
Warforged parts, okay. We're going to take a break before the Centennial, so go ahead, get all the food and snacks you want now and drinks, and then dig in for our Centennial and party games. When we start recording. What's the bot at? Turn it down a little. All right. So, The days pass by, and you all make your way to Waterdeep. You see the banners and festivities well ready to take place. Some already. The pregame of the festival is underway. There is excitement. There is wonder out and about. Food carts, games, competitions, all throughout the city. The one big party is ready to happen once again inside Waterdeep. The excitement is palpable in the air. There is beautiful smells of all different foods from all different places. You actually see different enclaves inside as well. People having footholds here that are showcasing their foods from where they are in the world. Even the tieflings from Phandalin have a place here. You see some of the many dwarfs that were displaced that you guys saved are inside here as well, making some of their own home foods. And there's a great blending of cultures going on inside this festival that has become this like rallying point of excitement and unity for the fellowship. The meeting is held early in the day on purpose so people can actually enjoy the festivities. So around 8 a.m. on the tribunal day, all the most important people go to an undisclosed location to the norms, and you guys have your meeting. You see all the big wigs of northern houses, so of Whitland, Freya, Minna, and Jinzhou. They are all inside this room minus certain individuals that need to be out in case there's an issue or attack, that things could still go on if anything happened. This time L'Oreal is in and Blackstaff is out, and Harlan Ryu, the prince and princess of Tendorf and Skoberheim. Nope. No, definitely not. Prince Jaden Vaneweather of Lianzhou and Princess Farah Summerlin of Tendorf are here next to Seri Clovis, Mace Oldwin, the nobles you saved from Clovis. Everyone's here for their reports. To open it this time, L'Oreal takes center stage as everyone files in. Thank you all very much for coming to our tribunal. It is wonderful to see so many happy faces and so much excitement. We have a larger presence than normal for military, but that will be further explained by Brian and Harlan Ryu. This is only for the sake of trying to give those a reprieve from the past year and all the difficulties this year has put onto all of us. You also have Jiver inside the room as well.
So let's go, Jiver.
To not hold things up, I'll just say thank you very much. There's a lot of exciting and a lot of information to discuss and a lot of work to do. So, and she hands it over to Brian. Brian thanks, and Brian talks. Well, here we are a year later, and we didn't botch it yet. That's the good news. No one's dead, and, well, many are dead. Anyway, we've been doing our best for the humanitarian efforts, and I have to really thank the Stone Giants and the Hill Giants have been essential to helping relocate a multitude of the refugees to the cities. Originally, we were going to have this in Neverwinter, but the city is still in disrepair, so it is the next rotation. We will hopefully have a tribunal at Neverwinter for the celebrations. As of right now, I hope to bring my resources to Minna to support Hammurabi and many of the others that are struggling in New Minna. Resources have just been an issue. There isn't really enough to go around, and things are getting more and more difficult for everyone during the winter and during this time of recovery. There is still plenty of Cobalt sympathizers. It's tough to tell if there's a difference, especially in regime changes, when your life doesn't really change at all. And maybe it's even gotten worse because these things don't really impact many of the common, which is almost a blessing in disguise. Regardless, I am hoping to enact more plans and maybe even have the aid of some of our chosen champions to get faces to the common folk to understand and help that there is change and there is good coming of not being under Cobalt rule. I am also looking to try and put together a plan to create new toys or sorts of entertainment for the children in the north after they've lost so much. And Tendorf, for that matter, as she motions to Siri Clovis and she nods. We're trying to give as many gift baskets as we can of what little food or admiration to the fallen as well. It's definitely not good enough, but we have to do something to try and acknowledge all those that made the ultimate sacrifices for our people. So all that has been going, and we've been doing our very best to make sure everyone's fed, housed, and acknowledged their sacrifices. Perception-wise, Brian does look far more tired than normal. It looks like she has bags under her eyes and has little energy than she normally does. Haru takes over, and he talks as well. The trade routes are going really well, and now that it's summertime, we're going to link up the north to the south, and we'll have a great trade route between all the nations. That should help with the resources. We do ask that we treat both our armies as well as possible during these festivals. These are soldiers that have experienced no leave, even after the war, and even when leave was promised. These individuals have been struggling for over a year now, away from their families, away from their loved ones, and they're doing their best to keep this newfound world together. So we do appreciate the throwing of this festival in Waterdeep and all the resources that have been given to them. It is appreciated. And Brian also asked, one of the big initiatives that both of us together have been trying to push for is this idea of unity and seeing that more people are helping. We focus on the bad so much that we need to be active in sharing the good. And if we can try and find ways to continue to share the good between some of the most impacted by the war, that'll go a long way to really securing where we're at. That's acknowledged. L'Oreal breaks in and she says, well, now for some other, the more concerning updates. We all almost died, which was interesting, but the good news is we didn't. Thanks to the Chosen, they were able to recover one of the Orbs of Eternal Harmony that Blackstaff is currently keeping separate, as we don't want to risk opening the vault to let the location of the other two orbs out, as there are still new madness creatures out in this world that threaten our safety. We have that threat to deal with, and she gets into the details of what you guys experienced in the fight and all that, but what it's shown us is they can be beaten, and that together, united, we can beat even those that are that appear greater than us as our parts. One thing that has been brought to my attention by many of the research, both Anastasia and Blackstaff, digging into the madness, proposed sending a team overseas to research more and strictly for observation, some of the Greyhand to go to Atet and try and gather as much information as they can about the madness and bring it back and see if that can help further the progress, as they've been hitting a fair amount of dead ends from the last time we've met. There has been little bits here and there, but not enough as we hopefully wanted. The safety of the orbs has been assured by the northern group that's up there. General Corin, Kane, and Eve are looking over it along with the lizard folk. And the last thing, I believe, before we let the Chosen and the Heroes of Waterdeep take the floor, is for the Prince and Princess to discuss. The Prince stands up and with his strong voice, so we introduced a home program with the help of Siri Clovis to make sure everybody has a home. This has gone a very long way, but we've been collecting data and interviewing many of the refugees to try and find out what some of the core issues are that make these places home for them and how we can help make that possible and why they might feel that it isn't home. There is a bit of xenophobia existing throughout the areas, but it really does seem to be a sense of community and resources. Some refugees we can locate to what their employments are and what their careers are, and we can put them in the right places. This seems to have been a great factor at getting families to fit in and find a sense of community early. It's a lot of the downtrodden that we're struggling with, as they don't really have an occupation, and that is preventing them from making headway into this new world we find ourselves in. But we are having progress, and with more data, I believe we will have more success. L'Oreal nods as she goes, so, of the many successes of the Chosen and the heroes of Waterdeep, what news do you bring at this tribunal?
So,
For the sake of brevity, you guys can hit on whatever points. You can catch them up on everything, but whatever you really want to roleplay or discuss or make them aware of, let me know. Because we don't have to have a literal 3-hour tribunal. We can just have what you want to talk about.
We mentioned that the Tomb of Heavens and Hells was secured and given back to
Sundrel.
So that's no longer just out in the open for anyone to grab. So that's secure.
A lot of sighs of relief and excitement to hear a big win there.
The Jungle King guy, we beat him. Right?
Yeah, he's just in the earth, part of the earth now.
Yeah.
There is from Minna's side, you hear lots of slapping and cheering, and you see Hammurabi leaning over his gold teeth. They're just fucking thrilled to hear that.
See, I did an unintelligent thing with our to-do list, and I was erasing it as we were going. What I should do forward is just check them off. Just check them off. Big brain.
It's okay. You're still the best scribe we have.
I don't know about that. We investigated the frozen wall where the fire giant was. That's where we
Moon Point.
past month.
Mm-hmm.
We discovered. I don't know if we want to dive into that super quick. We'll probably save that for last. What else did we do? What have we been doing recently?
We went to Full Moon Point and recovered the Cold Seal of Light.
Mm-hmm.
That was fun.
Had a crisis, a global crisis.
Yeah, they already spoke on that.
Yeah.
I think they're familiar.
They're familiar. And then we traveled to a long forgotten city to the ages, which apparently had a time distortion. Thank you, Uzal. Which was why we hadn't heard from us. Were in there for 35 hours, but it had appeared 35 days had passed whilst inside the city. It's called Ethril.
You can see there's a lot of nervousness that was about your absence, and they do communicate to you guys like they were worried but weren't sure to communicate. They'll probably ask if you go missing for a month, they'll send a message, but many of them didn't want to send a message and it not work. So because that's more awful. That's way worse than just not knowing. So that's where they were at for a while, but they settle on, we'll message you after 30 days from now on if we don't hear from you guys.
Yes,
after he's talking about Ether, and I want to. I've entered my tower at this point, so the journal that I wrote down the translation to, I'll have a copy in my tower.
Perfect.
But I have the one that I actually wrote in my person on my person. So,
yep.
Hello, you all know me, of course. This is a translation of their language. I do not know how to speak it, but study it as you wish. I don't know, Blackstaff or L'Oreal, if you wish to have it.
L'Oreal leans and looks over to Salem in the room, and Salem comes over, and he's just like, yoink, and just starts sliding that shit back. And he's like, this will be extremely helpful. I appreciate this, Anastasia and the group. We'll get right on this. That would be a great effort.
We also have these long-lost weapons that could possibly be rebuilt. And I'll reach out into bag and take out the Warforged parts we got.
Oh, you can actually see the one that's always griping in the northern house guy. You see as you guys put this stuff off, and he's like, this looks terrific. He's excited. Many of the people in here are nice. Fucking nice.
Yeah. I'll also pull out the Codicil of Light.
Yes.
And say, to any Frostborn, I have a very sacred text that may be of interest to those who are more devout and could potentially influence the culture of the North.
Well, you see basically the Frostborn leaders, Balin and Devin, just like mouth drops open, just like, did you just find the holy text?
Yeah, I'm like holding it, just
Casually.
Like the original Bible, guys.
I found your Bible. It seems it may have been mistranslated or lost throughout the ages, so that's something to note. So I'd be happy to chat with you folk.
And you see the bigger male Balin lean over and goes like, and I would love to chat with you about that.
Anything for some wine.
You see him give a look like, yeah, done. Like, yes, we're in. We're in.
It's too good.
Anything else? You guys want to talk about Mansoon?
Yeah. I think we could preface that by talking about the Beltarans and the Magocracy of, just give them the exposition.
Yep.
So they understand that the era of the city of Ethril was a Magocracy.
Mm-hmm.
That's where Mansoon comes from. He's somehow survived all this time. And is seeking vengeance for his people who were judged by gods for something. We don't really know what. I've got a bunch of notes here that I was taking about the floating city of Ethril itself that I could hand off to somebody who would like to talk about that. We talk about Briarroot a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
How he's like the father of arcana and science and all that.
They find that very interesting. They really like that spot about Briarroot. All the Mansoon stuff, everyone's extremely apprehensive, and they're definitely like, probably gods are smiting them. Probably.
Yeah, my main point in saying the things about Mansoon is that Mansoon doesn't have a direct quarrel with us right now. He is of the opinion that if we stay out of his way, he won't bother us. But that being said, if he achieves his goal of becoming a god slayer and avenging his people, the world will not be in balance. So I leave it up to the council to decide whether to continue to monitor him. And I would tell them that, he uses phylacteries and he's splitting his personality.
Yeah,
and
that's a big unveiling for them.
The OG is very, very dangerous. Let me see. Yeah, no, that's what else? What else is there about Mansoon that I need to say? Do you guys remember?
Well, the L'Oreal goes, Mansoon is a master manipulator, and I would never trust him a moment in my life. But if he is currently not trying to attack us, that is good news. That gives us at least some time before dealing with him. We can deal with this Ragnorum problem and the Rio problem at large. These are the two top priorities besides Mansoon. And it is upsetting to think that Mansoon might be the greater of the three issues. You can see
I would say almost certainly he is.
Yeah,
almost
I would say,
doubtless.
If I were to rank the issues we are currently dealing with, I would say, in order of things of what we should pursue, I would suggest Ragnorum to be the top thing, and then the Rio to be the second thing, and then figuring out what to do with Skoberheim as the third thing, and then finally dealing with Mansoon.
Did we have any reports?
Yes,
of what's going on?
Skoberheim is continuing to ramp up their military progress. We hear of all sorts of arcane military weapons that are being developed inside Skoberheim right now. And it looks like they are exceedingly causing more and more border disputes, which was how we got dragged into the last war. And we're currently appeasing and or ignoring it. And we're trying to find a peaceful resolution by talking to the leadership to try and see what we can do to at least mitigate this longer. Because we do not want to deal with a war with Skoberheim at this time. Just getting worse.
Yeah, I would hope that the mitigation continues for as long as possible, so that we can bolster our forces, and our individual adventuring groups seem to be good at attracting allied forces.
That does bring up a point of order. Some members have made the argument that the Chosen and the Heroes of Waterdeep might need to stay put for a time, because it seems wherever you go, you cause a lot of problems to come with you.
What do you mean?
Others argue you go where the problems are. So this is this is something of consideration at the very least for whatever your groups decide to do next. Try to take as much care in the collateral that may occur.
Hold on a minute. The last time we were gone for 5 years, the world fell apart. And when we were here originally, there was no Great War. There was no rising powers and factions with great powers. And I don't know. Maybe I was just young and naive, but I think that the world was okay when we were here before, and then we disappeared and we came back and the world was worse.
Again, Charnook, some people have these beliefs and others do not. Certainly just
I look at the one guy. The one guy.
You see, I'm looking at it like
1v1 me on Rust, bro.
Well,
Yes. At some point,
yeah,
Tyrion, remembering that not that much time has passed, would probably mention his escapade into Mansoon's tower.
Yeah, that's yeah.
What now?
Yeah.
Yeah, Tyrion had a little adventure of his own when we were all doing like solo things with the Waterdeep group.
Mm-hmm.
Mansoon, I think it was the simulacrum that was being evil.
It was one of them.
After hearing this explanation,
Yes. Better context.
was brought to the tower with him, and they had a mage's duel.
They did.
Tyrion somehow escaped.
Barely.
He saw one of the
Claws.
swords of Zahir being messed with, and we actually saw that sword when Vice was killed. So it was enhanced in some way. And then there was a slip of some magical knowledge that is in the hands of Blackstaff at the moment.
That's fair. Mansoon did have a sword with the mark of Coralon on it. I wonder if he's gathered all the claws for himself.
Aerie would pipe up and basically say, yeah, that's kind of what they indicated from the group that attacked us with the last wolf. It sounded like they had collected the swords and then he took it from them.
Some good double crossing going down in Guy Town. Who would have thought
Wait,
the bad
was
guys
the
are
whole-
double crossing bad guys?
Was the whole Great War just a ruse so that Mansoon could get his hands on the claws of Zahir?
Who knows? Might be, might not be.
Gah.
Aerie would take a moment and kind of go over his conversation with the Goliath of Madness. At which Tyrion would take a brief moment and say, by the way, his name is Gugak.
Yep.
Which had never come up before, but
Yep.
somehow their group knew the name and he didn't.
And
Harry
Ignatius is
was
like,
like-
yeah, the Goliath guy. I met his brother. He was cool.
Oh yeah.
But Aerie would kind of go over a little bit about what their conversation was and some kind of new revelations about the God of Madness.
Everyone's very attentive and definitely taking notes about all of this.
And point out the thing that Gugak had mentioned about how my path set to me by the god may not necessarily be releasing the generals, but eliminating because of what's happened so far.
Everyone fucking loves that explanation, and they definitely don't even want to offer any counter arguments for that. They're like, yeah, that sounds great.
And I say as kind of an indication of that theory that with the death of Vice, I was actually given a boon, like a new ability, and I specifically heard the voice of the god telling me I'm following my path well.
Well, that seems encouraging. See Brian just like in her chair, like, yeah, that's encouraging. That one's a little just like, okay, I don't understand this. Worried, but like, this is good news. I'm not used to good news.
And this time it's not an ability that's gonna hurt me.
That's news.
The ability caused you to lose control.
No.
That's fantastic.
And then you see me disappear in a cloud of purple and black smoke.
Neat.
And then you hear from behind me, it lets me move quick.
He's got smoke bombs.
Many people are still looking around. Where like some, like Brian, was able to relocate you, and others in the room. You can tell some like, and just Salem's like unfazed. Calgary's like, that's a hell of a fucking trick, man. Did he have that when we fought Escott? And you just see Salem Lacone's like, who cares? That's the point. Who cares?
We're gonna give Salem superpowers.
Salem, you want some markings?
Oh my god.
I'm good. Salem's like the culmination of the most wonderful, average human being to push himself to do exceptional things. Just
He's
a normal
Batman.
guy. He's
He's
not
Salem is
Batman.
Rock
He
Lee.
doesn't have
Salem is
superpowers.
Rock Lee.
maybe I don't know. They both have very strong personalities. Salem's personality is not. There's no trauma in this guy's life. He's just Salem.
Wait, really?
He's the Batman among Supermen. Duh.
Wait, so Salem's parents aren't dead?
Yeah, if you ever ask them, you can even just sidebar, just at the festival, talking to Salem. He just was bored working on a farm and went to the city and then met the right people, and he ended up here after years and years of work.
Wow.
He pulled himself up by his bootstraps.
He's a normal
did.
dude that just had a lot of ideas and bright imagery of this better world that through Unity, and he's just been posturing himself until he fucking found you guys at the mountain. He's like, this isn't a fantasy anymore. I could, if I just keep repeating it, they might buy it, and then they fucking did.
So Salem's the whole mastermind.
He is he's just the dude.
God bless him.
So he's like the BBGE, right?
No,
It's like the opposite.
The big bad good
Yeah.
guy.
But it'd be more like the average, fun, good guy. He weak boy. He's okay, but you hurt him and he'll hurt.
We can fix that.
I can fix
We're
that.
gonna extract his essence and implant it into the ward forge that we build.
All right, so wrapping up the tribunal here. Goals and objectives. North is going to work on, and Freya, work on getting resources to people and dealing with the refugees, continue up the humanitarian movements and try and get people food and water and toys and entertainment. Waterdeep is continuing up in the reconstruction and doing research into the madness and dealing with the adversaries at large. The objectives of the Chosen and Waterdeep are left up to them to go pursue the three big issues of Ragnorum, Rio, and Mansoon. But festivals first. So let everybody just go enjoy life. How dare you, Justin? Fucking how dare you?
My internet is dying right now.
All right. That's
I didn't even hear what you just said for the past minute.
okay. Well, then definitely. That's fine.
So, run it back real quick. Humanitarian need is being handled by the North.
Yeah.
Waterdeep is handling enemies at large.
Yep.
In what capacity? Are they trying to track people, or are they trying to research?
Both.
They're sending people over to Atet.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
And okay. And then we're just picking up the breadcrumbs.
Yep.
Okay. As far as other objectives that I have currently, I have failsafe on my list. Did we ever address that? It's just
No.
failsafe? Question mark.
No. Hearing that, Ari would bring that up because he also forgets that the Wolfpack attack happened after the last tribunal.
Yep.
Yeah, he would mention that. He said Mansoon has in possession not only the claws, but some sort of medallion called the failsafe. And he, after his betrayal of the final Wolfpack member, he stole it, and there's not much more information after that. It's just called the failsafe.
Okay. So, failsafe. Mansoon has the claws. That's no longer a question. Tracking Ragnorum and family is being handled by Deep. Negotiating with Valkyries was an objective that I had.
Valkyries
Yep.
of Skolberheim.
Ignatius,
We got the name.
You did.
We
You
got a name. Who got that?
Waterdeep crew during the Creed fight when they pulled a deck of many things.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be. Yeah, it was Ignatius who heard that.
Yes. Did anybody write it down? I did in one of my books. It's not near me. There's a pad somewhere that in here when I was cleaning.
You got it there, Ignatius?
He sure fucking doesn't, because I asked him the other night, and yesterday, actually.
Oh, I wrote it down.
Holy fuck, yes.
Holy
I
fuck,
told Reed, I was
Ryan
like,
did
I
it.
don't think I wrote that down. I wrote it down.
All right. What's the
It
name?
says, seek out Tho. She will defect.
Who's spell that?
THUO?
THO is what I have. I don't know if that's right, but I
I'll do
wrote
THO. That
THO.
sounds great. That sounds great to me.
I don't know. Yeah, you probably just said Tho, and that's what I wrote.
Well, that's what it is. now.
without asking for the spelling.
It's fine.
So other than that, we know Deldrick is a madness general. We don't know where he is. I have find Deldrick as an objective still, and find Tyra as an objective still. Tyra probably falling under the category of Waterdeep.
Sure. The essence is she's fucking long gone. Like, you had your
Yeah.
shot, you chose Creed over Tyra, and good luck ever finding her again.
Honestly, I don't care about Tyra. She can do whatever.
And Tyrion would kind of mention, like, yeah, she was awful, but I don't think she cares that much about the world.
All right.
She kind of wanted to leave everything, is what his opinion or interpretation was.
All right.
Music
Taking her off
being
the
weird
list.
Yep.
for you guys?
Yep.
Yeah, it's being
Stopping
weird.
it right now and doing the thing with Luke about changing the server. Last time, what was it? Server settings, change to West. Save changes.
I'm so proud of myself for writing this down.
I'm super proud of you.
It's incredible.
About this yesterday. Was that yesterday? Doesn't matter.
Be right back.
But I was like, oh man, I doubt I wrote that down.
Ooh,
Yeah,
that would have
right
been
here.
rough.
Right here. Seek out Tho. I'm really happy though, because I was like, that's like one of the things. I probably wrote it down because I was like, I really want to deal with this stuff. So that's probably why I wrote it down.
So Waterdeep will discuss pursuing that. That'll be under their
Yes.
branch with Ignatius and all that.
Oh, Ignatius is very interested with literally everything relating to Scobrand.
Should I score?
Mhm.
All right.
He's not like scarred or you know, he doesn't have nightmares of Scoberheim or anything.
Every night. So, if that's it, and you guys got all your organization, your objectives, the group has met with you. All the NPCs are now refreshed and know what's going on in the world, so they can make their own choices and carry on. We can go to festival time.
Festival time.
Festival. Terrible things happen at the festival.
You know who was at the festival last time? Mansoon.
Yeah.
I wonder if he'll make a return visit. I mean, we just saw him and he's pretty busy, so I doubt it, but you know.
So, festival-wise, there's a whole bunch of stuff you guys can do. I'll read you the titles, and whatever festival game you want, you are like instantly greeted by people that are thrilled to see you. Another little speech happens at the beginning of the festival. You can hear after like there's concluding marks and they thank everybody for it, but you can tell everyone's just like tired at this point, and it's just like, just go enjoy the fucking day as they leave. There's a big speech made by L'Oreal, and you hear her go, "We celebrate all of you today. We have worked tirelessly to rebuild our land and to make our new fellowship a strong one. We have found friendship and kindness in the trials of this past year. Each of you have honored those who gave their lives for our freedom. Today, enjoy yourself, forget about the worries of the world. You have all earned your respite. To the fellowship and the light that guides us all." And people just, excitement in the air, cheers and yelling, all sorts of like, the smoke goes up in the air, but it's more like all the colors. So you see those in the sky, all from like reds, golds, blues, and it's all coming down. People are throwing confetti. It is beautiful. It is exciting. People are happy. It's midday. You have this beautiful festival in front of you. You have ale drinking contest. pie eating contest, dancing contest, stump chopping contest, arm wrestling contest, slapping contest, log tossing contest, horse racing, magic tricks contest, giant boar rodeo, grease pig catching, storytelling contest, archery range, sheep shearing contest, dart trick shots, shell game, I don't know what that is, insulting contest, we're not doing that one, debate contest, hungry bugbear, I don't know what that shit is, knowledge contest,
It's like hungry hippos, except you use bugbears.
and mud hand egg. I think, no, we're not doing that. Nope, that's a game of football. That's too much. That's involved. But that's my big list of games here if someone wants to play a game.
I want to throw a tree.
We're back at it. Year 2 of the log tossing contest, baby.
Yeah.
All right. Mazo comes up and you see the vendor. Back again, eh? Well, look at you. We have, once again, our champion from last year. And you see the orc woman come back up. And she's like, gives a nod. Bologna, do you want another shot at this again this year or no? Bologna.
Rest in peace, Bologna.
Justin, where the fuck are you?
See, we can't tell if he's here.
Yeah, now I don't know anymore. You're muted.
She ran away because she was scared.
Charnook is also up, but Bologna! It's time for log tossing, so... the way it works is contestants have 3 tries to throw a wooden log as far as they can. The throw distance is counted only if the log stands upright. Players must make athletics checks that result... Motherfucker. Athletics checks that result of the check is an amount of feet that long travels, blah, 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 and a dex check. Okay, you gotta make an athletics check and a dex check is what we're doing. And the log will land upright for all that. So first, everyone take your mark! And all these people get up. Some dwarfs come over. And they make their first throws. The dwarf goes to throw it and immediately trips and falls and it stops in place. The orc from last year, another fucking killer throw. It goes far, about 25 meters. And the dex check is good. It sticks the landing. DC equal to the contestant's... Yep. Cool. So she nails it on the first shot. Charnook and Mosnell, you're up first.
Athletics at a 25.
Okay.
And the dex is a 19.
19. It just doesn't stay upright.
No!
And it goes all the way through. And you see it sticking and it's just tilting. And you hear the whole crowd's going like, oh, oh. And then it falls out. Oh, no!
Wait. I have advantage.
Okay.
On dex checks. Because I'm not blind. That's worse. Never mind.
That's dex saving. Isn't that dex saving throws?
It is.
Dex,
too.
yeah,
You're right.
dex check.
You're right.
So,
These are only dex checks.
yeah, athletic check first, Mosnell.
26.
Excellent. And now your dex check.
12.
12. You throw it a mile and it just rolls past everybody's, and you're like...
Well, it went really far.
The problem is, you guys are throwing it so far that you increase the DC. So the fun part about this game is, the DC is directly correlated to your athletics check result. So the higher your athletics check, the higher the DC is going to be on sticking upright.
I was so close.
You were one off. Round 2, here we go. You see the dwarf like, I'm gonna make up for this. Orc barely goes anywhere and tumbles, doesn't go well. The dwarf this time travels awfully far, about 17 meters, and sticks in. What do we got?
23 on my athletics.
Yep.
No whammies. Ooh, 20 on the dex.
Charnook through the air like a knuckleball, barely moving, and then sticks into the ground as it gets a nice 23 meters out, 4 shy of the orc's first throw. How's now?
25 for the strength or athletics.
Yeah.
And then 17 for Dex.
It just doesn't hold up as it hits again, and it hit the 25-meter mark, and it's like the grass is a little too slick in this area, and then it falls backwards this time. Last round, make your bets. 16 meters out, that hits, and the other one, the dwarf fails again, so 17 meters out for her second.
25 on the athletics.
Mm-hmm. What do you got on the dex?
No, it's a 12.
12. You knock over your previous one, and they all go tumbling. 24 meters is as far as Charnook gets. Maz now?
22.
22. And then your dex?
18.
Sticks the landing at
Nice.
22. You see them going, everybody's clapping. Nice job. Once again, the Chosen a little too strong, and the Heroes of Waterdeep. A great effort, though. And this year, as you get your rewards, and you get little gift baskets and trinkets from it. These are wooden toys. What you guys get, and a big badge. So there's a second and third place. Charnook gets second place, and Masno gets third place. And the orc retains again. And she's like, I might not be good at many things you are, but this is the one thing I'm good at. It was an honor. As she reaches her hand out to the both of you.
Well played.
One day I will dethrone you.
I look forward to it, with a big grin and looking right into your eyes.
I'm gonna give the gift basket to a kid or something.
Yeah, go. I'm gonna be like Charnook as he's running away with
Well, I
the
mean,
basket.
maybe not.
And you
That's
see,
not the best role model.
There's so many kids you see that are imitating, following you guys. There's clearly like a fan club, but not obnoxious. It's like starstruck heroes. They got outfits. They're cosplaying as you guys. They got like wooden swords and stuff according to yours. From the last time you were here, you guys put on a massive show, and they're still like just awestruck to see you guys continuing. Even though you lost, they're still like, whatever. They were too strong. That's why they lost. Like it's blinders are on. What's the next game you guys want to play?
Anybody else?
I bet Ari could throw some real cool dart tricks.
Ari is like not really getting super into it, but if you ask him, he's
I want to
not
see
gonna-
how fancy you can throw a dart.
All right, fine.
Oh, come on. It's a party. Lighten up.
Just not really in the partying mood at the moment.
Oh, just the world is collapsing around. But you have this beautiful city, this beautiful moment, and you can throw things really cool. And why not just
rolls his eyes and goes over to the dart station.
You see, welcome one, welcome, holy fucking shit! It's the Chosen and the Heroes of Waterdeep! Oh, come on up, get the fuck out! Alright, get up here! Oh, we have an amazing dart contest. You stay. And we are on the way then! Who's joining us today for the dart throwing contest?
Ari raises a hand.
We'll all do it.
Yeah.
Just to challenge Ari. I'll give him the side eye.
Bologna, how about you?
Fuck it. Why not?
Wonderful! All right, here we are. You have to perform 3 trick shots in rapid succession using thrown darts, with only 1 try for each trick shot. All right, number 1. 2 red apples thrown in the air in front of the contestant within 10 feet. Players must make 2 ranged attacks to hit them both. Here we go! You're given a dart. So dart's actually a thing in an inventory you can actually add and roll on D&D Beyond if you want.
Give me 2 seconds.
Make 2 attacks with darts.
Just a normal dart. Feels
Yeah.
weird, man.
Where's my magic dart of blight?
So 2 attacks with a dart.
Yeah.
Dart.
in not amazing rolls, a 13 and an 18.
All right.
A 19 and a 17.
Okay, Bologna. Bologna, please.
I got a natural 20 for a 35, and then a dirty 20.
Ares' heart isn't like really into this, so you see Ares like, all right, and he throws one dart, and it literally like skins the apple, but goes off, and the other one he hits with ease after, like, he misses the first one, he's like, hey, fuck you, wait a minute, listen up. And Ulazal just like, we're having fun, Harry. Yep. And Bologna just literally just like throws them both perfect shots, darts onto the board. And you see some of the other ones.
I crit an apple.
Yeah, miss miserably. The apple literally just like explodes into pieces everywhere. You see kids going on their faces. They're like, yeah! It's so excited. And you see this little girl's like, I'm gonna be like her when I grow up. And you see like the other contestant who just rolled terribly just being like, I wanted to leave. He's like, I ain't going anywhere. I gotta see how good they are.
He's being paid to throw!
Next round! 2 red apples are thrown in the air to each side of the contestants. You must make 2 more ranged attacks. So Ari got 1 point, and then Uzal and the other one both got 2 points. So here you go. Go ahead and make 2 more ranged attacks with darts.
Oh no! One's a natural 1, and the other one's a 9.
Okay.
25 and 15.
Easily.
Or 24 and 15.
Ari, not to be shown up by Ulazal, hits his target to the side. It's just fine. Ulazal,
I'm so distracted.
so excited and being like, oh, he starts to overcorrect and like, I got this. I got the feeling. Trying to get it back in his head, gets in his own head, just goes, one misses in the range and one goes way out of the range. And you see Ignatius just being like, oh, kiddo, as he leans over and grabs the dart before it hits a child. And he's just like, oh, you're getting a little too close to the action, aren't you? As he puts it back behind the railing, as it was all just standing there. What did Bologna roll?
27 and 18.
Bologna in her sleep as she just like, the apples are barely up in the air. Her reaction time is so on. She's like, her hands at the side, not even looking at him, sticking to the boards. So it is 4-3-2 right now for scores. Final round!
Don't call it a comeback.
Nobody wants to see you on 4th place now. Get out of my life. A basket of green apples is thrown into the air in front of the contestants within 10 feet. Players must make a ranged attack to hit only the red apple amongst them. Players must make a perception check to spot the red apples fast enough, and then hit the AC. There's a little formula here. So all 3 of you, give me perception checks first.
26.
Natural 20. What is going on? I got 29.
29!
Yeah.
But I rolled an 18.
Ooh. Well.
Oh, wait, actually, I get advantage. Forgot about that. Oh, 30.
Well, okay. What did you roll to hit for the rest of you?
34.
That's a 25 for me.
Yeah.
16.
Does it look like it was all just... Hold on. Does it look like it was all just going to hit?
Yes.
Okay, good.
So, like, all of your perceptions are just like... Everyone else like, where's the apple? And all 3 of you are like, child's play. And I just like, Bologna's just like, has enough time to shoot the apple, look over to see if Uzal has this, and she's like, he's... And all 3 of you hit your apples. The way this game works, too, the AC is 30 minus the result of the perception check.
Oh, no.
So you guys obliterate it. You guys are awesome. The crowd cheers in excitement. You see them like, what a display! Our winner by 1 point is Bologna, followed by the incredible Ari and Ulazal. Uto, get the fuck out of my face. As he looks at the other guy, that's just like, I never wanted to be here anyway.
Hey, can I try this again? I'll say to the dude.
Sure. And here are your badges.
And then I'll take out like some cloth and just cover my eyes and see if I can do it blindfolded.
Okay, roll a disadvantage.
Yo.
So the first one, go ahead and make 2 attack rolls with disadvantage. Actually,
All right.
what's your modifier?
15.
Tink! Both of them. You see him, and you see other people be like, "What? Losing it." She's blindfolded, and people are like, "Is this really that hard?" He's like, "What the fuck? What is?" And then the second one, he's like, "Okay." And 3, and he throws them up early. Tink! She hits the other 2. Oh! Oh! Oh!
Really impossible for me to miss.
Last one, give me a perception check with disadvantage.
That's funny.
Yeah. Perception check 14 on these apples.
Disadvantage.
These apples are harder to hit than
Disadvantage. It's an 18.
It's an 18. Okay.
I rolled a 9.
Roll to attack. 9 total.
All right. No, my modifier is 9, so I rolled
Okay.
a 9 on the disadvantage.
Get a 12.
We have a whopping 27.
Blindfolded and backwards, Bologna just shoots it over her shoulder as the fucking bull soul of all green in one apple, and the one red apple goes through, and everyone's like, "What? No! What? She was." Can she see the total David Blaine level magic shit just there? And people are like, "Did she use magic?" And everyone just losing it. The crowd is roaring. And he's like, "I don't know what just happened, but take another badge. You win again. You always win. The honorary greatest dart thrower ever! Ever!" As he's looking at the cloth, you leave it behind, and he's like, "What the fuck just happened?" It just,
I'll even is there anything for me to sign it or anything?
yo, for sure, you easily.
Yeah, sign the cloth and give it to the guy,
Yeah, you see him you see him actually,
and then I'll give my other badge to Ralia.
oh, just bring it down. Still not.
Nice.
Almost.
Hello.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thought you might want something, a little keepsake for this fun party.
Yes,
At least we match now.
that is a plus. We should stick together. It was a pain missing you for a while there.
Oh, really? What did you guys get into? I mean, I heard the stories, but Tellius isn't that bad, is he?
Oh, Tellius is great, but not quite as capable as you.
Wow, that's surprising. He's so big.
So I'm not very big.
Yeah, me neither. Well,
Sure,
I guess he's just all
friendship.
talk. Yeah, I guess he's all talk.
As you guys are laughing the crowd and catching back up, you see a human in a white gown walking towards your group. As she gets closer, you can see she has shoulder-length silver hair, and she's very short, shorter than Ralia and Bologna at 5 feet tall. And you see on her white gown, there are ravens embroidered on the edges of her cloak all the way through. And she looks to your group and she goes, "Greetings. I am Hadley Rivershale, and your presence is requested. The Chosen. Would you please follow me?"
Sure,
Does
why
this
not?
seem suspicious?
Go ahead and make an insight check.
Yeah, I'm gonna get in on that.
Go ahead.
Probably
We're in the
doesn't
middle of a
care, just
party
kind of
here.
like,
You got
24.
She
I rolled
looks
12.
worthless to me.
what are you gonna do to me?
Yeah. Insight wise, this is definitely it just seems like a powerless human. She does not seem to be deceptive in your insight check on her, and just wants to take you guys somewhere. It doesn't seem heinous or anything like that.
Okay.
As you guys follow her through the crowd, leaving the Heroes of Waterdeep behind, she offers no more conversation and nestles you guys through the crowd until you find a room where you see another white-gowned individual nod and open up the door. as you guys walk in, the rabble of outside sort of dies away, and you see inside the room, just sitting, meditating on the ground, Aiden in her full Valkyrie armor, as she's just waiting inside the room. Hadley looks to you guys and goes, "I will take my leave," as she closes the door behind. Aiden is just meditating at the moment as you guys are inside here.
Hello? We were requested.
Yes, give me but a moment.
Come a moment later.
You sit in...
She says under her breath.
You guys sit in an awkward pause for a bit, and then finally Aiden stands and walks over to you guys, and she looks. "The debt has been repaid. Thank you for freeing me from Li and Zhao."
Oh.
Thank you for finally ridding us of Escott.
That was but the Raven Queen's doing. It was all part of her plans. I do not wish to keep you any longer. That was all. I just needed you to be here.
What is it that you intend to do now?
I sense trouble, and so I must follow the ways of the Raven Queen. She will guide me to the answers ahead.
And whatever it is, you always have my aid. And where I go, likely they are with me.
Indeed they are. I appreciate it, Ralia. It's been wonderful serving with all of you under the Raven Queen's guise.
Oh, by the way, did you see this? Point to the crowd.
You can see her. Oh. Where did you get that?
Kind of a long story, but anyway, do you know the story behind the crown?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, you weren't there for her coronation, were you?
No.
Well,
Not that anyone would have been.
I do not know how Valkyries work, to be honest with you.
Ralia, you impress me in every time we meet.
Yes, I hear that a lot.
Don't change.
The only change I am going to make is for the better.
Wonderful to hear. All right. So do you guys leave, ask questions, anything else?
Nope.
Okay.
If we end up confronting this Ragnorum Gekken character,
Mm-hmm.
is he in the similar boat as Escott was? He goes by the name of the Undying.
From what the Raven Queen foretells, he just has not died. He is not avoiding death through any other means. It is nothing against the ways of the Raven Queen. It is just a creature that has not died.
All will meet their fate, though.
All do and will.
I was just curious.
A reasonable curiosity. Anything else?
Do not think so.
Okay. Aiden calls out and goes, "All right, it is time for us to leave." And she goes to open the door. She has to crouch in all the fucking normal people houses, and her wings have to go in because she's gigantic. And she cracks the door open and walks outside. As your group follows her out there, there's this beautiful, like, golden hour that is basically bathing all around you guys as you get outside. It feels wonderful. The festival is in swing. And looking up in the sky, because of the change in light, the group notices a solar eclipse.
Uh-oh.
Just gonna change the music. Oh, fuck you. File's too big. You bastard.
It said powerful. It's too powerful.
I did say
You
that.
see
I saw
4 dragons of different colors
that.
arrive.
No.
Oh no.
No. Let me. I did prepare. I didn't think that one would be too big. That's super fucking annoying. I hate not having Discord Pro anymore. Meow yourself, you little bastard.
He's so loud. It's crazy.
Feed me.
We already fed him.
Feed.
He's legit just walking around my house, just being like, "Hey!"
Feed Chungus.
He's so loud. So strange.
Okay. Copy.
So loud. So angry.
No, fuck you. No, copy.
Name that reference.
So angry.
What is share? Share. Create link. Anybody can. Okay, that's fine. Fine. Okay, fine. Copy link. Sorry. Now, can I play this? Can you... Is the bot going to play this? Because I'd like you to do that. Copy link. Please work. Fuck you. It's an MP3. You know what the fuck that is. Stop. Come on. Shit.
Do you just have
I
a
did this
YouTube link for it?
I gotta remember what the hell it was. Oh, I think I remember. Yeah, let me get the YouTube link.
I got nothing on the reference, by the way. Not
Borderlands.
sure. Borderlands?
Borderlands. Mordecai.
Thank you.
You're right.
Yeah, he was the first character I played in the first game. So I heard that voice line frequently.
So angry. Yep. Yep.
Don't worry, it's just in one of my bazillion playlists. I got it right here. I went through the trouble of downloading it so I wouldn't have to do this. Then Discord spit in my face. Pretty cool.
Pretty cool.
I gotta make sure it's the right one. Oh, fuck. I don't know which one it is. Why? Okay, awesome. So, I believe this is it. Looks like I listened to that recently. My speakers aren't working on my computer. Good timing. Excellent. I like that. I like that on a computer. Let's see if this is right.
Uh-oh. Guys, he's playing Bloodborne music. We're in trouble.
I just said what I said.
We'll just go with this. Fucking fine.
Bloodborne means boss.
This is good enough. I don't know. I don't think that's the right one, but it's fine. All right. When your group emerges, the light is beautiful. It is golden hour. As you look up into the sky, you see a solar eclipse. Shrieks cascade all around as thunderous roars bellow throughout the streets, followed by many more screams, roars, calls, and explosions begin erupting all throughout the town. Then you see, with a loud crack in the air, red smoke begins to shoot into the sky from the festival, one after another, in almost every compass direction. Smoke signals shoot high into the sky. You know the signal from the All War. It means you're being attacked from just about every direction right now.
Nice.
One direction hasn't popped red smoke, and this is where you actually can hear the galloping of hooves as you see a panicked Salem running towards your group just behind you where red smoke has not popped, and you can see Salem turn to your group. Thank the gods you're alive. We need your help to save as many as you can. We are locking down the city. The only safe area is the southeast side. I don't understand it. There's no time. The madness horde is here. It appeared out of nowhere. Just go. I need to find Vera. We're closing the walls. And you see with a clack, he's just running off. The Raven Queen Valkyrie turns to the group and she goes, there's an imbalance that needs to be rectified. I will grab my sisters in return. May death fall from your shadows.
It's here. Didn't expect it to be here, but
So it's go time, I guess.
Your group begins rushing towards a distress. We are now in a skill challenge. First what we see is utter chaos. The festival looks like a storm torn apart. Civilians you see running are being torn apart. Jumping from the sides, you see curved claws growing on top of women, children, and men alike, biting their necks and splitting them apart. One of the thunder feet you see, it comes through, looking through the side, and what you guys see is not what you last remember. Markings of madness cover all over this thunderfoot, not a shifty fingers, those are the bigger ones, but you see its eyes. It looks like there's stitches all throughout the eyes, and in its neck there's like a line of all these stitches as you see these cones of light looking everywhere, as you recognize beholder eyes stitched into the eyes and around the neck of the Thunderfoot as it continues to walk through. More and more of these thunder feet start walking through animals of all sorts of dinosaurs, Allosauruses, Velociraptors, all mad and start pulsing through. Lizard folk are coming through with their swords raised and descend onto Waterdeep. Each character is going to have to make a roll. We're going to do 1d10 rolls here. And this is determine the order in which each of you can try and save an NPC. You can decide to save one, neither, or both. Saving both is extremely difficult and risky. It doubles the DC attempt if you try to save both. This makes it more likely to get them both killed if you try and save both. You must describe, but it is possible. You must describe what you are trying to do and how you are planning on saving them. Both NPCs are typically more than 60 feet apart and currently struggling against a madness creature. If you fail, you have a chance to make another roll to save an NPC on your initial rolls. With every failure, more time is wasted. NPCs are dying as more time wastes, and their DCs go up later for other NPCs as you waste time failing saving earlier NPCs. It's a lot. So let's begin this skill challenge. First, give me the 1d10s, as both Waterdeep and the Chosen are going to determine the order of who they're saving.
So
Eight.
just one 1d10.
1d10, we're going to go in order, so when people have the same stuff, I'll switch it up. So
Yeah.
8 for Tullius or Bologna? What do you want?
Bologna.
8 for Bologna. Yeah.
What was it? It's a 10 for Ignatius and a 4 for Mosnell.
3 for Tellius.
Okay.
A 9 for Ralia and a 6 for Shalmir.
6 Shalmir.
You just took both of my numbers.
Get rocked. 9 Ralia. So I need Eri and Ulazol.
You can go. I'll just fill.
5 for Eri, 2
Okay.
for Tyrion.
All right. So 1 and 7 for Charnuka
Char-
Ulazol.
Charnook will take 1, and Ozol will take 7.
Here we go. Ulazol. First up, Charnook, you see Madness Minotaur standing with lizard folk as they descend. You see the familiar faces of Radnir and Marla Stala Danana, Shalmir's parents, struggling on one side, and you see Mosnell's father with Barwolf struggling on another. Right now, you see they're being attacked. Mosnell's father is like a barrel right now, and as he's pushing it back as one of the monsters is biting down. You see Shalmir's parents backing up as more of the lizard folks are coming close, and you can see behind them Velociraptors, Madness versions, about to pounce on them. What would you like to do? You get the sense that this is easier than potentially other NPCs to save. The DC is not as high as we are starting out, and that these NPCs are lightweight. They are also not adventurers, so you have a chance here, as I will point
Right.
out.
So he's gonna rage.
Yes.
He is gonna use his body as a brutal sheer force of nature and just in a straight line, dashing as fast as he can, using his horns, plow through as many of these creatures to create an escape route, just carving and slashing his way through, just freeing a path for them both to try and run away. So I'm going to try and use my athletics to just carve through, make
Right.
a path.
Go ahead and make an athletics check. That's reasonable.
That is a 28.
As you begin to burst through, your rage builds in your blood, seeing your brethrens, maybe not even from where you come from, but from some of the other maze walkers. You can see them controlled, emboldens your rage, and you burst through this path. As the raptors begin to jump, you stop, turn, and you take your sword and just right through like a shish kebab, cut 2 of them off, stopping Shalmir's parents from being murdered. Turning, you take the sword out and you fucking chuck it across the way as you see another one of these creatures going for Mosnell's father and just lights out in it. You continue putting your horns down and they follow you. You take your sword back out of them, and together the group retreats back towards the southeast, saving both Shalmir's parents and Mosnell's parents with your first success.
This is stressful.
Tyrion, you see running down the alleyways, you're casting cantrip fire magic, burning away each of these madness creatures in front of you. First time seeing this diversity of a horde. It's overwhelming. Even Kolveth's like, We better get what we need and get out of here, friend. In front of you, you see Harulin Ryu with his glaive cutting them back, and you see he's taking shots after shots, being bitten into, and he's pushing them back. And he's like trying to save as many civilians as possible. He's like, go! Go! To his right, you see the ally that you haven't had the privilege of fighting next to, but has served with the group for a long time, and the Chosen. You see his sword ignited in a rage. You see the lizard folk Kane battling back to back right now with Harulin Ryu.
Hey.
Who would you like to save?
I am going to
Each of you could also make insight checks to how difficult saving both would be. I should also offer that to the skill challenge.
if I'm only focused on one, is it less time towards the later save?
Yes.
Okay. I am going to, utilizing my Rod of Charming,
Mm-hmm.
the enemy fighting Kane,
Mm-hmm.
whatever looks like it's in the most advantageous position,
Yep.
I'd like to cast the spell Command using sorcery points to make it at disadvantage,
Sure.
and tell it to stop.
Okay. Just as Kane is being overrun right behind him, the one he doesn't see, its maw begins to open, and as it's about to bite into Kane, and Kane's about to turn for it, the jaws clamping, your rod goes out and it stops. And Kane, without hesitation, cleaves off the head, taking that moment to start retreating back towards you, Tyrion. You see Harulin Ryu start to get overwhelmed as one bites into his neck. You see another one grab into him. You see him as he's putting the glaive as far as possible, and you just start seeing the other lizard folk sword after sword going into Harulin Ryu as he goes to his knees and is taken by the horde behind him. You guys retreat away from the area. Third up, Tellius. You there?
Oh, yeah.
In front of you, you can see the familiar armor and the time you spent up in the north of Captain Arwen, and he is fighting side by side with the familiar friend and red hair of Rainier Nevermember.
Oh!
Rainier's so boned.
As he's there with his, as he's sitting there with his rapier trying to cut into them, you see one of the minotaurs just reach out and snap the rapier, looking into his eyes. And you see him go, oh. And you can see Arwen just putting sword in, and finally, as like one goes into one of the bigger lizard folk, you see it just take the sword into it, and then it pulls it through the other side and cracks it onto the ground. You see Arwen going, oh, every story has its end. What do you?
Oh, jeez. Well, how are they positioned?
About 30 feet apart from one another, and they're slowly being surrounded by the horde.
Is there any of the lizard folk between the two of them?
Not at this point. The southeast side hasn't been breached. It's just like these closing circles. It's like constant circles are closing around people. It seems to be the tactic of the horde is surround and enclose.
Okay. I'll do a similar thing that Charnock did. Mm-hmm. But instead I'll just cast Bigby's hand, and I'll try to clear a path to the southeast.
Okay.
by just shoving these giant the creatures away with the hand.
Give me a... What check would be highest for you to use this? An Arcana or Strength check?
What do you mean?
You're doing a skill check, so you're using Bigsby's hand. So overall, I need you to make some sort of roll here based on one of your skills. I know.
It would probably be the. Yeah, it'd probably be the strength of the hand, to be honest.
So make a strength check on the hand.
Yeah.
And the DC is taking into account how strong Bigsby's hands is for this challenge.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Go for
okay.
it.
Casting that at 6th level. Bloop. All right. All right, Tellius, we can save people. That is something we like to do. Here we go.
Here we go.
So it looks like, and saying that, hopefully giving myself some good inspiration, we have a dirty 20.
As the hand begins clearing the path, it first is in front of Arwen, and you see Arwen turn and see this happen, and he just starts sprinting his ass there. Rainier sees the same thing as he begins to turn. Before Bigsby's hands can just get over the threshold, you see one of the velociraptors just pounce onto the back of Rainier, clamping on his neck, and you can just see almost instantly the lights go out for Rainier. As
No!
Arwen comes up to you, and he goes, "Thank you so much, Tellius. We gotta get out of here."
Go!
And he
So
begins
this is why Reed wanted all those old names, so he could murder them in front of us.
No, Reed, we don't have any NPCs. No NPCs in our game.
This
Zero.
wasn't-
Nobody.
This wasn't because of that. I've been planning this for 2 years. This has been a
Yeah.
long time coming, and
This is your reworked Chroma Conclave, I bet.
We still haven't even got the Angel of Death.
This may be the thing I talked about a very, very long time ago to you.
Makes sense.
Very long time ago. Next up, Mosnell. In front of you, you see just running in a panic and losing the foot race, Matt Mercer and Reedolf.
Oh, dude.
Wow.
You're
can't
gonna
lose
kill
these.
Matt Mercer?
Is this some kind of DM thing?
No. This is
You didn't have to do this, Reed.
I had to do this. I had
Nope.
to do this. You let things go on too long. You had this. This is where we're at. All right.
Nope.
These are consequences for actions, and this is challenging my players. What are you doing,
All
Mosnell,
right.
as you see the two of them running? Losing ground fast.
So you said going for both wastes time?
It does later on.
Like, what does that mean?
It means DCs go up for whatever the next NPCs on the chopping block are.
So going for both will always cost more time, no matter what.
If you
no matter
fail.
if you fail, it
If
costs
you
more time.
fail.
Okay, so if I get both, it didn't waste time.
Yes.
Okay. Ooh. All right.
What if you get one and then not the other? Like in my case, it was just one
Yeah.
thing. You know what I mean? How does that work?
You did fail, so the fail didn't really affect the time too much. I would say
I didn't think so. Yeah.
that wouldn't if you're still pushing for it. Like if you tried to save Haru after the point of no return, you were gonna waste time.
Okay.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. I worked out a lot of mechanics on this stuff.
Okay. So Mosnell.
Mm-hmm.
What do we got here?
Matt Mercer or Reedolf. And what do you want to try and would you like to try and save them? As you see hell descending. More explosions go off, screams going out. You can see literally bursting through the windows are these creatures of all sorts and sizes, things you remember going through the jungles of Yongguk, showing up here in Waterdeep, it is overwhelming, and you can start to hear that familiar noise of the Horde for some of the other players. Not so much Maz now, but like Ignatius of Tellius of the Waterdeep crew. They have heard this. Yeah, go ahead.
Airy.
Airy, yes.
Okay. So I am going to go into a rage.
You got it.
And I'm going to go... So I'm going to try to get both.
Okay.
But I'm going to go for read off first.
You got it.
Basically, I'm just going to go... I'm going to basically sacrifice my body while attack. I'm going to attack, but also I just want my body in the way of the creature. So I want to do that for both of them. So both of them, I'm going to try to like sacrifice my body for their safety while also attacking.
This is a Constitution check, my friend.
Okay.
As Mosnow rushes up, just before they're getting grabbed, he grabs the both of them, pulls them behind him, and Mosnow just begins in his rage, cutting down as bites come on, as he then crushes a skull of a face, and he starts to, you see lizard folk coming up, and they start cutting at him, and his arms are bleeding and gushing everywhere, and Mosnow endures. What are you rolling?
Buster Sword.
The dice is 19.
Okay.
My Constitution is +7, so that's a 26.
It goes on,
Easy.
and what Mosnow begins to do, one
Sick
step
boy.
back. One step back, the Horde is pushing at him, and he's getting cut, but he's breaking and crushing skulls one after the other, and finally, when they have that moment, all three turn and run and retreat back to the walls. You can see, remember, portions from when the Kobold Wolves attacked, all the cities were outfitted with the ability to close off sections. You're seeing walls erecting and sections closing down inside here, like was discussed at previous tribunals. Waterdeep is trying to lock down and get semblance of what's going on.
Do you want me to take damage?
Yes, that's
Well,
excellent.
I mean, yeah, just
Yes.
give me the number, yeah.
I'd say
I'm
that
raging. I'm raging, so I would take half.
I would say 50 piercing damage.
50,
would be
that's fair,
how much you
yeah.
take for that.
I mean, it felt like a lot, so
It
seems... And, like, so it would be 100. I'm having it to 50, right?
No, I would say 50, and you can half it to 25.
Have it to 25?
at this point.
Okay.
It was quick. If it was longer, it would
Right,
be
it was
substantial.
pretty quick. Yeah, all right.
And your success was so good, so
It was. Oh, I rolled that 19. I was like...
both
Yeah.
Rudolph and Matt are saved. Next up, Aerie. You see in front of you, who once fought beside you in the mountain. It's amazing. And Grit, back to back right now, as they are being overwhelmed by madness creatures. You can see Tamizin going, "I got you, brother! I won't let him get you!" As he's fighting with his glaive, and you can see Grit going, just scared. He's like, I think this is it for us. What would you like to do?
First, remind me who Grit is.
Grit is the guy from Tyrion that was working at the shop, then took over Adam of the West, then is running the bar,
He's an employee.
who was then invited to help with Ralia.
Yep, okay, yeah.
Emily, Ruth's killing all of our NPCs.
Yay!
Yeah.
Sounds exciting. Did you win, son?
It's like, there's too many of these. We gotta get rid.
Time to call the herd.
Someone did criticize me about having a certain number of NPCs at one point of a certain power level. There's one way to fix that.
Wasn't me.
Aerie, what would you like to do?
Whoa.
What I would like to do...
Is go into a rage. Got it.
No. I want to look for kind of the biggest kind of enemy
Yep.
here that is kind of within view of both groups. And I just want to rush up and do one really empowered shot.
Mm-hmm.
Pump my Kageyumi shot into it, everything.
You got it.
Take a shot, nail this creature, because I imagine I probably would hit and do a shitload of damage.
Yes.
And just kind of like go like, my wanting my tattoos to kind of flare up.
Yeah,
Basically, try and be like a big scary motherfucker and try and make them pause so that they have a moment to run.
Yeah. Okay.
So I trying to do more of like an intimidation type thing.
Okay.
Big rogue energy.
Distraction.
What do you got?
So that is gonna be a 17.
Okay. As you shoot the arrow and it pierces in and your tattoos begin to glow, you can see them all for a moment, seeing the madness on you, like it pushes them all back to see what the fuck is this. I need you to assign 1 to 3 is choose what 1 to 3 and 4 to 6 will be for grit or tamazing.
Two for grit, 6 for tamazing.
Okay. So 4 to 6, tamazing lives. 1 to 3, grit lives. That's a 3. So grit at this point sees the opportunity and runs. Tamazing, instead of taking the opportunity, seeing that both of us aren't getting out of this, he goes, "Live on, brother!" As he pushes him that extra bit, and he begins cutting in, and that's when you see them descend as a big motherfucking thunderfoot comes down. T-Rex style sound and roar you hear, grabs right down onto Tamazing, and just starts whips him into the side of a building as he just shatters into it. 6, Shalmir. You see running, lagging behind, Hideki and Lance Ryu, the sons of Harul and Ryu, and Pai and Talrema, Brian Sworn. Both of them have bought time for others to leave, and now they are being overrun. Both, or which do you wish to try and save?
How close are they to each other?
Pretty far apart at this point. It looks like they're about 80 feet on each side. They're literally holding like alleyways in Waterdeep right now. As you see both Pai and Talrema with their spears going, and you see Hideki and Lance. Hideki's got his greatsword, and the other one's trying to do his elemental monk magic, and it's overwhelming. You literally can see, though, like, you weren't there, but when you saw the memories from your friends in the black box, when the horde poured in back in that temple, you see it like the end of the hallway. It's just that big, just amalgamation of madness bodies coming down those hallways, those alleyways.
Well, if they're super far apart, then I'll try to save the Ryus.
All right, go ahead and make a roll for it.
So what I'm gonna do is put the visor of my helmet down, run up to them, and just take my hammer and just smash it on the ground, trying to intimidate the madness creatures.
Please
using my menacing feat.
Go for it.
Hey.
As you do that, it gives them a second reprieve. It cracks into the ground, and even the orange glow of that you associate with Shalmir starts to come out from the cracks. What'd you roll?
23.
23. As the cracks hit the ground, your wings spread out, and the orange just begins, this light cascades, pushing them back. You see both the Ryus take that opportunity, and they go, "Thank you, brother." And they beeline it out of there just in time for you then to turn and run, as you see both Pai and Talrema get overrun. As the two of them, finally, as they see they're about to get overrun, both stop and accept the moment and just get taken by the horde.
You let that girl I flirted with a couple times
Yeah, I
die.
was like, that was the girl.
Wow.
Hey, Shalmir doesn't know about it.
Isn't Pai Eulyris's mom?
No, Pai is second to She's the sworn, second sworn. She was the one that did the
right.
invitations.
She's the second sworn to Brian.
Yeah,
She's like Brian's
Right hand man.
double.
Yep.
Yeah. And you let her die. Great.
Ulazal.
Not playing.
You see all the chaos unfolding. You can feel the tears of Tyr and all those around you, the pain and suffering as you shoot radiant energy into each of these madness creatures. You see the efforts of both the Ryus and of the Sworn and where that led to, as you can currently see on a little bit lifted area of rubble that has come down. They are now from a house. They're on top fighting back to back. You see Faye Crydeer back to back with Brine.
Oh.
Who do you try to save?
They're back to back, right?
They are back to back.
How difficult would it be to save both of them?
It is relatively difficult.
Can I insight to see exactly how difficult?
Yeah, go ahead and roll an insight check.
Oh man.
29.
The straight DC without a description to lower it is sitting at a 35 to say both. What you do
Yikes.
and how you roll affect these DCs. That's why you have to describe to me what you're trying to do to save them both.
Oh. I'm dumping a 7th level Firestorm.
Sure.
That is a very wide range attack. The 7d10 fire.
Sure.
Could basically make a stronger firewall in front of them to give them room to run.
Yeah, I can line those up however I want, so I'm gonna use 4 of these. Let me see. I think I got sorry, 10. I'll use 5 to block the line advancing, and then 5 to create a retreat for them. Would you chill?
I'm freaking out. Let me. Things are happening, cat.
So, blocking the advanced, creating a runaway path for them. So I'm channeling my divine power to make space for them, I think. So
I also need a roll. So that impacts the DC. What else you got?
So I'm trying to think. It would probably be a wisdom-based thing, because that's the source of where my magic comes from.
Okay.
So it could maybe be a religion thing, based off of the bond that I share with my deity.
I will also wrap in your cry for divine intervention. You don't have to burn it. Wrapped in that spell as well to give you that holy. I'll give you a chance because this is a tough one anyway. I'll give you a chance. Go ahead and roll your religion check.
I'm trying to save Brian first.
All right.
But if I can get both of them, that would be incredible. I'm screenshotting this. It's a natural 20. Plus 11 for a 31.
Ah, baby! As the fires break down and part ways, you see them emboldened as you can feel the presence of Tyr watching over you as the balances are being tipped in a way that is not favorable to the world's outcomes. As you focus, the creatures are pushed back by these glowing orbs that give this pathway as both Brine and Phi rush toward the exit, bursting through. A bigger Allosaurus-looking version of it goes to reach down, and your firestorm just cracks into its skull once more, setting it ablaze as it falls just in front of them. Brine picking up Phi and jumping over, falling to one leg as she sustains some injuries, coming back up as Phi then puts some healing into her, and the both of them just get out of harm's reach barely.
Let's go, dude.
That was clutch.
Natural 20 was necessary.
If Brian died, I was gonna lose my shit.
Same.
That's why we're here. Now, smoke begins to fill the streets, causing these madness creatures to have this effect of jumping out of literally the mist, murdering those. You're just seeing these these faces coming out at this point as it's just becoming overwhelming. And it feels like night as darkness begins to cast a shadow over Waterdeep. Looking to the sky, it is not darkness of the night, as a solar eclipse is unchanged. Instead, what's blocking out the light is thousands and thousands of flying madness creatures above the city. Density all throughout. Waterdeep's griffins, you can see that we're trying to fly and support, are being torn apart by any flying creatures like pterodactyls, eagles. Many of these have become maddened from overseas, are tearing the skies apart.
Jeez.
More of your allies shriek out for aid as they help civilians and defend themselves. Next up is Bologna.
She doesn't have friends, so she just gets to go out scot-free, right?
You did have friends, but you didn't really take my fucking plot hook, so I didn't get to... It doesn't hurt as much, so they're not here. So...
Haha. So I can do whatever I want.
In front, you see Gallic Ironbeard, one of the only survivors from Kart's Tool, friend of Shalmir, or, in her wheelchair, Sari Clovis.
Oh, jeez.
Oh,
She's got a wheelchair. She can't wheel away from the madness.
I appreciate you didn't give this option to me.
Rip. I assume they're not close to each other.
They are not.
Yeah. Can I see how difficult it would be to save either and then both?
Go ahead and make an insight check.
Sure. Oops, that's the wrong character. 15.
I'd say you're looking at, to say both, is sitting near a DC 40 right now.
That's okay.
Without anything else. Both are difficult. Both are going to be hard. It definitely seems it's a choice. If you don't do
Fine.
something exceptional.
Fine. I have a lot more ties to Sari Clovis, so try to go for that.
All right. Roll high.
And
What do you
yeah,
do?
no
What
kidding.
do you do? Because that
right, that's what I'm looking at here. If I fly with my carpet, does it seem like it'd be like almost certain doom for me? Or is it like they're like a lot higher in the sky, these like
much higher in the
pterodactyls and
sky.
stuff?
That's how they're
Okay, great.
blocking it. So you're okay on the streets right now. You can
Okay.
Aladdin it right now, getting out of the cave.
Okay. Gotcha. I'm just gonna cast a. I'm gonna cast a Spirit Guardians.
Sure.
And see if I can like. I guess it would probably be in athletics to see if I can sprint up to Sari and scoop her up with the Spirit Guardians around me.
Certainly.
They'd be friendly to her, but they'd be like not friendly to other stuff,
Totally
and then
fine.
fly away with her.
You got it. That sounds like a solid plan. Let's go. Make your
All
rolls.
right.
May the odds be ever in your favor.
Thank you. I got a 21 for athletics, so hopefully that's enough.
As you sprint over, get the carpet out, the Spirit Guardians come up. You see Gallic Ironbeard looking around. You see him, just the fear in his eyes. And as you pick up Sari Clovis, you make eye contact with him as you just see this help right before you see a minotaur gore him in the stomach, and then another creature comes up and bites him in the side of the neck as life begins to fall out of his eyes. You can just see Siri crying and shaking as you get on the carpet and turn, and just as one of the Madness Lizard folks goes to cut your carpet, your spirit guardian goes out and just blasts into him, shoving him back, and you escape.
Yeah. Sorry, Shelmir. But I didn't really know that guy.
Just some random dwarf guy.
Don't know you.
Yeah. Don't
Yup.
know you.
Next up is Ralia.
Don't say Penna. You finna.
You see in front of
If you say don't do it.
Anastasia from the Grey Hand. I'm glad you're both worried right now. This is great. The
don't
game's
you
working.
fucking
You see
don't-
Anastasia of the Grey Hand and Lupe of the bar.
Save Lupe! God!
Not the most.
I don't know, Lupe.
Not one of the most intense here. But
Save him!
You can see the both of them just like panic.
our bar is
Running.
doomed. We need him.
I knew we
One
needed
of
a
the
little.
three generals of the Grey Hand. A server.
He's a
How
bartender.
dare you!
Hey, some of them gotta be hard choices. Some of them not so much. I can't make them all brutal on you guys.
He is an artist!
How far apart are they?
About 60 feet.
60 feet.
Yeah.
Okay. And how hard would it be to save both of them, does it seem?
DC 30.
DC 30?
Yep.
Okay.
You can lower that by doing shit, potentially, and if you roll high enough, you might be able to save
Yeah.
them both. You can always say preference. That's 2-2 if you don't want to leave it up to dice to be like, I try for this one for sure first.
Well, yeah, I'll definitely preference Anastasia.
What a good
Lupe!
play up here. Lupe! Whoa!
I'm just glad it wasn't Penna.
And I'm gonna cast Eye Bite.
Okay.
So one creature within 60 feet of me, wisdom save, blah 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 blah,
Sure.
and I can put them to sleep.
All
So
right.
like every turn, I can pick a creature and put them to sleep. So the ones around Anastasia first, and then the ones around Lupe.
Okay. I'm not gonna make those rolls. I want your check now too. That helps
Mm-hmm.
with the DC.
Right. Would that be Arcana? Please.
I know what you want it to be. I'll give you Arcana on this. Makes
Nice.
sense. You're focusing on
Nailed it.
Arcana.
Yeah, 36.
Yeah.
Did he
Ralia,
pass?
with your spells and seeing the madness through the power of the Raven Queen, seeing these abominations emboldened, your magic prowess only grows with every day we play to the living legend Ralia is and is becoming. Casting that out, you can see a bunch of them begin to fall to the ground and some resist trying to break through, but you're able to force this magic enough for the two of them to escape towards you for long enough to break your spell and then grab the both of them and escape.
I don't even know who this guy is, but come.
You see him? Thank you.
You saved Lupe!
Ignatius. You see, back to back, in full plate armor.
Oh boy.
It's not looking good for us. Nope, not looking good for us. Said one bit, I say. The Waterdeep guards, Buck and Waters, the two comic relief guards you guys have befriended, and a tiny, panicking goblin, Sister Geraldine, is running
Oh,
away.
come on, dude. Oh.
But the boys in the blue.
But the boys.
Got the boys in blue and Sister Geraldine right now.
Are they all together?
No. They're the Buck and Waters are a little ahead of Sister Geraldine as she's trying to run away, but from the alleyways there's creatures and the horde is closing in to pinch her off and then surround all of them.
Yep. Okay.
It's not looking good.
It's not looking good. I'd like to check if I can get them both. Like
All right.
insight check to get.
Go
them
ahead.
both?
You just got to get an insight higher than 10.
Ooh. I get like plus 9, so, and that's a 9
So-
plus 9. That's 18.
It's a DC 30 to save them both. You can lower that DC by doing stuff, obviously.
Okay.
As you, Ignatius, are here in your Valkyrie armor, sword and shield ready, hordes descending.
Okay. What do I want to do? Hang on.
Yep. While you're doing that, actually, everybody else, I need you to roll another 1d10. We don't have another 10 to go, but this is just for numbers for the remaining.
Okay.
You keep doing yours, though, Ignatius, on your...
Yeah. I think I know what I want to do.
Okay, let me just write this down. All right, Ignatius, what do you want to do?
Okay.
Everybody get your rolls ready for the next section.
So I thought this was the last one. I was like, oh, I can go for both because it's not wasting any time. But there's more. So
There is more.
Oh shit.
That was basically the prelude to the important stuff.
Oh jeez. Wait, and Brian.
Oh,
was
so
in
Brian's
that?
not important. Okay.
Not true. Not true. I threw Brian and Haru. Those were the important ones.
No,
Actually, that's true.
if you didn't save Brian, Brian would have just
And
left.
Haru died. We
Yeah.
missed the
No,
important-
you're right. That's not. I misspoke. I paced it. I'm pacing it.
Yeah. I was like, as soon as
Yes,
we
that's true.
started this, I was like, all right, the one person that has to live is Brian. That's the one.
Well, I don't know
Brian or
about
your
one.
mom? Why?
She's already dead, bro.
We're here
It's
to
fine.
have fun, Reed.
Don't worry. Tears got you.
Okay.
All right. What do you got?
I'm gonna go for Sister Caroline.
Okay. And what are you rolling?
So I am going to. I'm going to take out my shield
Yep.
and say the command word,
Okay.
which I'm pretty sure is just shield,
Okay.
and it becomes massive. And I'm going to create a blocking wall with my shield
Okay.
to help her escape.
Okay. Also, give me a roll based on maybe your athletics with this.
Sure. I'm into that.
I think the music fits well. Don't you agree?
I agree.
Good.
Absolutely.
It worked.
Man, maybe I should have went for both. Oh well. Yeah, I rolled a 27.
You could have saved both.
Yeah.
As you put the shield down and you grab Sister Caroline and you're slowly maneuvering your shield back and forth, you like tuck her in and you're like, you're safe with me. As you're backing up, you see the other two guards. They're like, and one of the lizard folks like slides around and just with his claw puts it right through him, and he goes, oh, it hurts way worse than they say. And you see him, oh, does it? Oh, death hurts. It hurts a lot.
Oh my god, dude.
That's the horde.
Comedic relief.
Even to the end. Now the campaign will just be serious from now on. Ugh.
No
It'll be
more
like Waterdeep
comedy.
never happened.
We'll never laugh again.
All right, now your new rolls. Did anybody roll
Oh,
one?
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, you two rolled one, so both of you re-roll. You two.
Oh
right
wait,
now.
no, we rolled. You said
This
above
time.
one.
No,
Like
just
the number one.
The number one. Who rolled?
Yeah, I
did
rolled
not.
the number one.
Okay, so which character would you like number one?
I don't know. You choose. You're the one that's killing everyone.
All right.
All right.
With me. Who rolled a 2?
Rolled a 2.
I did.
Okay.
We both
Roll
rolled a
off.
2.
Roll off between you two. Highest number takes 2, so just do a
It's a
D20.
9. Oh, D20. I roll a 9 on D10.
19.
Oh fuck.
15.
Harry gets 2.
Wait, is it area or do I choose?
Oh, you choose. I'm sorry. Yeah,
Yeah.
Go ahead. Who do you want? Tyrion? Then?
I was gonna have Tyrion be it.
You got it. Anybody roll a 3?
I did.
What character would you like for 3?
No, that's a really good question there, Bob. I think it's going to be Olazal.
Okay.
Guess what my other number is, boys?
Who got 4?
Me.
I also rolled a 4 for my other number.
Can I give it to Luke just because I have one already?
Yes, I was going to suggest
Okay.
that actually.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, 4 for which character would you like?
Ralia.
Okay. Who's
Hey,
5?
Reed, which character did you pick?
Who's 5? Anybody? Anybody get 6?
Yeah.
Which character do you
Damn,
want?
I thought I was gonna get out of that one.
Which one do you want? Which character do you want?
I'll do Masno.
Masno.
Mozzie.
Who got 7? 8.
Are we rolling for both characters?
I got an 8.
Okay.
Oh wait, did you guys not roll
Harry.
for both?
Yep.
I rolled for both.
I rolled for both, yeah.
8. Okay. You got an 8 too, Luke?
No.
Okay. 9. Anybody roll 10?
I did.
You did?
Yeah.
What character do you want?
Ignatius.
Wait, we rolled D10s, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so it's Ignatius.
I'm just
So do the numbers that don't have us, do they just not get people and they just die automatically?
No, because we're in something different right now. That's why I'm moving on. I would have made you reroll.
Okay.
No, that's not good.
I don't know which one is more important. If it's low or high.
I know! Ooh, feeling it now, Mr. Krabs.
Okay.
First up, Bologna. Bologna, you come back on your carpet coming through, and you see running from the horde. One is carrying the other. In both circumstances, Prince Jaden, Vaneweather of Lane Zhao, is holding Princess Farah of Tendorf.
Yep.
And you see Balin Frostborn holding Devon Frostborn, the leaders of the Frostborn, as they are running away. Which do you save?
Can I see what the saving DC is like for these folks here?
Go ahead and make an insight check if you get above 10.
I rolled a 19.
It is a DC 40 to save both.
What about individually?
DC 20.
And depending on my actions, that can change?
It can lower DCs.
But if you fail, they both die.
Yes. Sari Clovis takes care of Tendorf too, right?
Yeah.
Alright, sick. They have a ruler.
I mean, grim but accurate.
I
Yeah.
I
knew it
saved
comes
their
out as-
ruler.
Yep.
Like,
All right.
don't boo me. I'm wrong.
No, I
I'm
didn't.
right.
No. I didn't say that. I was just panicking for a second. I was worried I wasn't recording for just a second there.
Okay.
Can't let the nations fall into
Yeah. Destroy.
disarray.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead then. Make your check and tell me what you do to try and save the two.
Let me just look at something real quick. Hey, since I'm flying, I'd probably be able to point out, like, optimal directions to avoid enemies, correct?
Sure, I'll give you that.
Um,
No, I take it back because the mist is actually already descended. So it's fucking hard to see. You only get little pockets. The mist is basically hiding the horde behind it, and it comes out and engulfs. So areas that don't have the mist are basically, people are there. They're living, so you can get that at least from what.
What if I use control water to, like, soak up the mist or do something with it and
sure.
disperse it?
Sure.
That's not how the spell reads, but, like...
Right now, I'm having fun with this, and we're going to be able to push it back so you can just see the monstrosity of horrors behind the veil.
Well, would I be able to then discern where things are and I'm trying to use survival in a sense to be like, okay, like go here, go there, go here, go there, go there,
Yes,
there.
and you're also like zooming down and helping them.
Yeah,
I'm cool with
yeah.
this. Sure. You've sold.
All
me
right,
on it.
cool.
These aren't
and I-
hard sells. This is high DCs and the Doomsday. It's
Yeah, and they're both together.
Yeah.
The parties, I assume. Okay,
Yeah, two and
so
two
I'm gonna primarily like side on the Frostborn side, but like obviously the other folks can follow them, and if they die, they die.
brutal. Okay, let's go.
I'm also gonna be close to the Frostborn folks because my Spirit Guardians, I hope, would still be active. I don't really know how much time's passing here.
It wouldn't. It's a lot because you're
Then that's
getting
fine.
back and forth. And
Then that is
shit's
fine.
happening.
I will just shoot crossbow bolts as I give directions.
Sure. Give me that survival check, baby.
Hey, you got it. That's 33. So let's see what happens.
I will say, as you turn and you're shooting off your arrows, and you can see awful monstrosities, some of which resemble the look of the monsters and demons you saw, or you never saw. You were told about when you fought Orlith. You saw those type of fiendish, long-nosed monster
Well, I never
creatures.
fought Orlith.
I know
Yeah,
you didn't,
but I know about
you
him.
heard about him. It was all definitely was like, if you say this, tell me. You can see like basilisk snake versions of them, like long ones inside here. It's an amalgamation of a menagerie of madness creatures inside here, bears and wolves and all that's descending, and you're starting to see people of Waterdeep, madness versions of them, all disjointed and risen again.
Oh boy.
As that's happening, you shoot off your arrows. The Frostborn are getting the path, and lagging behind is the prince and princess. And you see the prince look to Farah, and he goes, "This is how it has to be." And you see her going, "No, no." And as you look back, you see him look to you, and you understand what's happening. And he throws her up to you on the carpet, and she lands as you catch her in, take another shot, hold her on the carpet, the Frostborn's leading out, and you see just like a smile right before the all behind him, and takes her into the horde.
That was manly. I like that. I thought he was gonna throw her in and then keep going. So that's what I thought was gonna happen. But I guess
from the one shot,
That's when you shoot him after.
they only survived because of the Within the Shadows one shot, because they both had a relationship and they were trying to go see each other, and they tried to excuse themselves early. So these two were like star-crossed lovers of cities.
That's
Met in
cute.
court and all that. And he's dead now, though, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, he's mad. He's not dead.
Are
Just
they the
mad.
ones that we,
Nah,
like,
he's dead.
they're the ones we tried to.
Ralia can fix that. This is like a paradise for her, really. Once everything's cleared out.
I mean, do you guys want to just like find Ragnorm now and just kill him?
Working on it.
We'll get there.
We'll get
Next
there,
up is Tyrion. Tyrion. You don't really have any relations to any of these people.
No.
Never seen these people in your life before, but they look like they're in trouble. One of them you've seen at the meetings. They've introduced him as Mace Olwyn. He seems to be one of the noble children across the sea that has a lot of importance in helping with the area. The other group, never in your life have you seen such a strange amalgamation of a gigantic penguin and a lanky goblin, as Scriven Scry and Kingsport are doing a horrific job of running away right now. As he's like, boss, he's moving, that's motoring. But Kingsport's like, boss, we're going back to hell. He's like, we ain't going back. We are not going back to hell. Who would you like to
just
save?
eat him.
Can't they teleport away?
Yeah, they can just planeswalk away. This isn't canon.
They're panicked. It is canon. They're panicked. They're not thinking.
You buffoons.
If it was a different character, you could probably say, hey, fucking plane shift, and they would. That's
I rolled a
unfortunate.
12 for an insight.
Works. DC 45 for all.
Oh my god.
It is 25 for both Scriven Scry and Kingsport. 20 for Kingsport because he's so fucking big. 15 for Scriven Scry and 15 for Mace.
You know what to do.
He's going back to hell.
I mean, one I know is a semi-important figure. The other is just weird.
But one's a giant penguin.
Probably an endangered species.
One's a senator, and those things. Welcome to D&D. Mr. Floofy Fluffles? Really? You're not going to say Mr. Floofy Fluffles. He's our favorite.
Oh. Tyrion
Yeah.
is going to cast.
Fuck you, DM, at 9th level.
How far away are they from each other?
I would say these two right now, probably about 20 feet apart. It's closing
Oh.
a junction right now, this group.
Okay. So I'm gonna
boring
try.
you,
to-
Ryan. Really?
No.
There's no stopping it.
I'm gonna try to get both with a preference for Mace.
Okay.
I'm going to slam a hand on the ground
Mm-hmm.
and cast Wall of Fire
Oh,
so that a 60-foot long wall rises up, blocking the horde from them.
Mm-hmm.
And then, just as a precaution, I would cast that as a bonus action
Okay.
with using some sorcery points,
Sure.
so that I can use a Blackstaff's Burning Hands to throw it behind Mace, just to keep them so like something shoots out through that as well.
Clutch. Very good idea. And give me a roll, probably an Arcana check then.
Sure.
The wall explodes forward, burning in all these creatures. Some of them, you can literally see their faces melting, the skin coming off as the bones keep pushing forward, and you see the glowing purple eyes still, even though the flesh is melting off, glowing up, coming through. One of the flying creatures descends down, and your burning hands goes up and shatters it as it goes into meat piles of flesh and fire to the side, splitting, saving the groups. What'd you roll?
So thankfully that's a 23.
A 23. Mace is the first to get ahead, and Kingsport and Scriven Scry, you can see descending onto them is this, but because of the time you gave them and seeing all this in front of him, he goes, Kingsport! Your last breast pocket! Yes, Mouse. And he goes in, and you see the tuning fork come out. And what would have killed them, flying down, doesn't, as Scriven Scry goes, it clicks it, the spell, and they vanish.
Whew.
We did it, boys.
You're a hero, Tyrion.
You're a hero.
Ulazal.
Oh shit.
I want to say something, but I don't know if you'll allow it.
We'll see. We got some. Just get on rails. By the way, this is definitely you're in for this. What's happening now? But I don't
I know.
discourage agency. So you say
The-
it, and I might sustain or deny
will-
it in the court of law.
As Tyrion,
Yes.
I'm going to be keeping a very specific eye out for like the highest profile figures.
Mm-hmm.
So for him, that would probably be like Salem,
Mm-hmm.
Blackstaff.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, we already got Brian, so those would probably be the top priority. Maybe L'Oreal.
L'Oreal. Yeah.
Yes.
And And the thought would be being, if we see them,
Yeah.
Tyrion would like to potentially intervene and automatically save one of them using, what's it called?
Teleport or something like that. Misty Step.
Arcane Gate.
Arcane Gate.
Where
Okay.
I open a gate with me in front of us with them and automatically save at least one of them.
Noted. This is part of the problem of a horde descending. You gotta find it.
Yeah.
So you're looking
Yeah.
for it, and this is something noted. Ulazol, you see
I get one free save.
the Black Panther Hammurabi with his guards slowly falling one by one next to Emil, Yavanna's sister.
Oh. Well, I don't know that I know Emil.
You don't.
How hard would it be to say both of them?
Go ahead and make a insight check.
It's literally impossible for me
Yeah,
to
you
list.
can't fail that, can you?
25.
DC 20 for both. These are light individuals, easy to maneuver.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
DC 20 for both.
I got more radiant fire in me.
All right.
I'm just trying to think of how to incorporate the good skill, the good skill. Are we? Does it have to be different?
Yes, I would prefer that.
Okay.
Ugh.
I will cast. Cast Flame Strike.
Didn't you just do that last time?
Nope, this is a different spell.
Oh, Firestorm.
Firestorm and Flame Strike are different. Flame Strike is a 10-foot cube that's a one-time burst.
Gotcha.
Firestorm is like 10 fire pillars. Flame Strike is like a.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
All right. Noted.
it's like Cleric Fireball.
Awesome. All right. What do you
And I'm going to desperately search my feats for stuff that I can add to this.
As Ulazal returning to the combat, blood-stained on your armor as you're continuing to destroy madness creatures at will, civilians getting slaughtered. In front of you, these two running away from a whole bunch of lizard folks. You can see big, fucking, bulky, massive lizard folks. Not to Ragnorum level, still like half his size, but like 6 and 7 feet. And a lot of them coming down, and they all have their spears, and you can see all these purple and black flames held up by these like banners. They're not banners, they're just spears. And they're just coming down slower and slower, and you hear these awful, distorted screams and growls and roars. What do you got? I'm buying time for you. What is
Right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to grip my mace with both hands, and I'm going to jump from the side of a building and just sweep across the jaw of one of these big monsters, casting Flame Strike at an angle, just toasting this thing as best I can,
Absolutely.
and just like shining the light as bright as I possibly can in an attempt to intimidate them and push them back.
Go ahead and make an intimidation check.
Oh. 22.
I thought for sure I had another NPC. As the fire goes through, you can see you turn for a second and harness the powers of Tyr, and using your like shape earth, you're like pushing them forward and knock them ahead some more, and then battling back as the flame strike is dissipating, backing up, grab them, and retreat, saving both NPCs. Ralia. As you come out, Eldritch blasting, periwinkle glows around, destroying these abominations. In front of you, you see magic spells going off non-stop as the descent of these awful creatures. The spells aren't keeping up fast enough as the horde descends. And what you see is Pinna, and Yavanna.
Are they next to each other?
They are next to each other.
Like right next to each other?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm running up to him, casting teleport.
Yep. I figured.
Yeah, I can say, Reed, you're really gonna give this to Luke? You're mean.
He rolled it. He earned it. He earned the roll.
I know. It's just like, oh.
Give me a... I need a dex check for you to do it in time, or you got to do something else because it's descending. There's a pathway in front of you. You got to get to them. These are your babies.
I can Misty Step to them.
That's enough. Misty Step, as it's descending, and you can see the fear in both their eyes. Ralia and Pure Focus just like grabs them by their collars and teleports back to the southeastern wall, I believe it is.
I am going to actually teleport to my tower and then use my tower's ability to replenish my spell slots and then teleport back by myself, saving them.
Good.
Remind me who you just saved?
Yavanna
and Pinna.
And Pinna.
Oh, shit.
So his wife and his favorite NPC.
Yep.
That's why I was like, wow, Reed.
Yeah, I was like, damn.
Finally, for this section, Maznel, as you come back, raging again, you see two
Bleeding
familiars.
everywhere.
Yes, two familiar soldiers, back to back. You see the drow smile fading from his face, Captain Jarlax, as he leans over his shoulder and goes, "Never thought it would be this way, did ya?" As you see Calgary.
Why are you so bad?
I've already been given a second lease on life. If this is where it is, this is where it is.
Wow.
Okay.
Jarlax was so cool too, man.
Rest in peace, Jarlax.
After he was done being an asshole,
Yeah, he gave me his hat.
he was a complete douche for the first, like...
People didn't immediately trust me and just, like, give everything I asked of them? How dare he?
No, but he expected us to trust him in return for his not trusting us.
We've been down this path, Ryan. We're good. Go ahead and roll.
We're going to keep going. No, I'm just kidding.
I've had this conversation many times with you, and I do see your point, but I also understand where my character's coming from, so he's not
I like it. I like it's his character, but like...
Yeah.
All right, I'm doing it.
It's what my character would do.
Oh. All right.
Ooh.
What do you got?
Yeah, so Insight was a natural 1.
It looks hard.
It looks hard. Okay,
Who you
they're
going
back
for?
to back.
Yep.
Jarlax or Calgary?
Yep.
Yeah, like, I know Jarlax is cool, but like Calgary is Maznel's guy.
You guys fought and died together on the battlefields.
Yeah, like even
against Escott.
even before that, Calgary was his guy. They were buds. So
Jarlax serves the North, man. You gonna dishonor Brian like that by not saving her man?
oh damn.
Oof, what a name.
Because I'm in cahoots with the DM.
I try my best not to make them too awful or especially awful.
Yeah.
I can't believe Never Remember died. I'm actually really sad about that. I gotta be honest.
Yeah, that's brutal.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to let that happen.
Yep. Oh shit.
What do you got?
And I don't even know how hard it's gonna be. So I'm worried to go for both.
Make a choice.
Okay. I'm gonna try to go for both.
All right.
But I'm gonna go for Calgary first.
All right.
Because he's my boy.
You got it. Going to make a check. Give me a skill that you didn't already use.
I didn't use. I'm like, can I just always just throw myself at the enemy?
No, you can't do another con check, so no. Give me something else besides a con check for Maznel.
Oh, fuck. Can I do one that Maznel hasn't done, but another character has done?
Yes, that's the point. As Maznel can do a skill check that's like a survival, he can do that. Even if Ignatius did survival or some shit like that.
Okay. Ignatius did athletics.
Yeah, you could do athletics if you want. Just I don't want the same character repeating the same thing.
No, I'd like to do athletics.
All right, go ahead.
So I'll put some spice on it.
Yeah.
I am just going to have my axe horizontally
Yep.
and just pushing back the horde, holding them back.
Okay.
And whatever I can to just bring it back, like pushing wherever I need to push, and just trying to keep and backing up and doing whatever I need to do to keep everything away from both these guys.
Give me the roll, baby.
All right. Okay. 21.
A solid roll. As you're pushing back and back, you first with Calgary and then back to Jarlax, you feel your muscles on fire, like one of the hardest workouts you've ever done in your life. But then addition of searing pain as bites and scratches are getting through. And on one of your, as you push and then you go push for Calgary and you look back, you go to push and you just see Jarlax just limp inside the neck of one of the larger creatures that's picked him up and snapped it, and you see it just put the whole body of Jarlax into its gullet as it looks back down to you. And you see Calgary getting beat up pretty bad, and he's just like, we gotta go.
Yep.
Now, Tellius and Ignatius, the two of you returning to the battlefield, as you're searching through back to back, trying to find any other people in need. The two of you take both plunging your swords deep into madness lizard folks and coming out, you guys making sure you have each other guarded. You start to feel a rumbling, and you're looking for this source, and the buildings begin to shake all around you. Their windows shattering and clattering onto the cobblestone in areas that are open at this point. The horde has not quite descended on one of these last bastions inside Waterdeep. You see an explosion of debris about I'd say 400 feet ahead of you, so it's like deep, and you're almost like in this water fountain area, vestibule type of area, park for Waterdeep. And you see this explosion come from the buildings on the right side, and these two like dots just come flying out. Smoke begins to pour into this area as the clouds from all the debris start to pool above. And from that cloud above, you start to see something descend. And you see the long, white, unkempt beard and scraggly body within a black robe of the Mad Mage.
The Mad Mage? Oh, yeah. Wait, he has madness too.
As he comes down, he goes, "This is it! I knew it was coming! God's damn you, Monsoon! Where is my fail-safe? I knew it! No matter! I wish!" And as he begins his wish, out of the debris, you see this something with velocity start to come out as this gigantic alchemy circle opens up. One of that is
it's like Full Metal Alchemist
alchemy circle above him, and this just before he finishes his wish, a massive blade pierces his skull and rips him to the ground as he clatters onto the concrete.
Oh.
Yanking... Yep, we got that? Yep. The blade clacks against the ground as you hear this hum with all these chains rattling. Coming out of the explosion, the area where the explosion occurred, you see a 13-foot tall lizard folk covered in markings of madness. As his first step emerges from the house, crunches the skull of Hallister to dust under his weight before both of you, Ragnorum Gekken the Undying. "Come now, this is going one way. It is over." Emerging from the other houses, those dots you saw before, you see Blackstaff and L'Oreal Silverhand, both trying to cast something as you see this bird creature step on top of the building, and you see it its eyes going which way? The beholder eyes locking on them and on its chest as both their spells fizzle out. Both of them are bleeding, and you can see L'Oreal nursing her arm just fucking tore up at this point.
How far away is this thing?
They are 400 feet in front of you right now. As Ragnorum is there, above is this monster, and you see Ragnorum going, enough! What do you do?
Would it be possible to dimension door on top of the beholder thing and slice off the eye?
You can certainly try. What about Ignatius? What are you doing?
400 feet away.
Yeah?
Dimension door is 500 feet distance. So I can take Ignatius
Are you
with me.
bringing me with you? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not leaving you with Ragnorum.
Tellius grabs. You go through the dimension door as the creature's up there, and you guys appear on the rooftops, and you can see Tullius immediately goes to plunge into the eye with the two of them. Ragnorum closing the distance with his speed as he comes up to the two of them. You see
500 feet?
No, to them. So you're not you.
To
not
them.
You. He doesn't even notice you at this point. His blades are out. You see him coming on L'Oreal and Blackstaff is what he's descending on. You're above on the rooftop with this creature. Ignatius, what are you trying to do? And who do you guys want to save? You get the sense one is walking away from this, not both.
Yeah, understood.
So do we have to communicate this?
You two have to tell me what you would like to do to try and stop Ragnorum from killing both L'Oreal and Blackstaff right now.
Okay.
Do I have options to do anything after slicing the fucking eye off?
We're gonna
Or
have
stabbing
to
it or
see.
whatever?
We have to see what Ignatius is doing.
Okay.
Once he does, you guys make your rolls. Yours is going to just be an attack roll, so you're hampering the DC right now, so you're lowering that. What do you got, Ignatius?
So Ragnar.
I'll give you inspiration as well, Ignatius.
Oh, okay.
Ragnorum is
Just so that
descending.
you know,
With every stride, he is closing the gap between the two of them with the magical cone. You can see Ragnorum's shadow. His eyes are glowing with that mist as it comes up. That Tellius you are familiar with. His markings of madness glowing right now.
Okay. Wait, is there a eye turning magic off right now?
Yes, but Tellius has plunged it in, so that's like turning off as you're doing this. Basically,
Okay, so
that's keeping
so you're
them where they
saying-
are.
So you're saying I can cast a spell?
Yes.
Okay. So basically, the only danger is the thing that Tellius is attacking.
What the fuck music is that right now? Wah, wah.
That's my
So
girlfriend. Sorry.
it's just the thing on the roof and Ragnorum, right?
For this
Those are the only
purpose,
two
yes,
things.
but shit is descending. The sky is full of shit.
but like I'm
Yes.
talking like
right now,
stuff
right
that
here.
I need to deal with right now.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So do I think attacking Ragnorum's going to do anything?
Not a fucking thing.
So there's no point in attacking him.
I would definitely insight no. Passively, no fucking way. You've heard enough about this motherfucker.
Yeah.
You're
that's
not
what
gonna
I'm
stop
imagining. Okay. I guess that leaves me with the decision of who to save.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I'm going to yell to Tellius. Well, I'm going after Blackstaff,
Okay.
and I'm going to say, try to get L'Oreal, and I'm going to take Blackstaff. Can I get to like the other side of the building and jump off?
Yeah, sure. I'll give you that. You're
So-
on like an
so I'm,
L
like-
section, so you can like
Yeah.
run towards that one and jump down to this vestibule area.
Like I want to jump on the other side of the building away from Ragnorum.
So the way it works right now, it's like a plaza, so it's an L.
Yep.
You guys are here on one side, and you can run to the rooftops here and jump down. In the center area here, Ragnorm is on this side, slowly moving towards the 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically, I want to get as far away from Ragnorm as possible, jumping off the building.
Okay, sure.
However that's possible.
You got it.
And I'll not fall to our deaths.
Sure. I'm going to stop recording for a second. Start recording. Okay. So what kind of check are you doing with this? Acrobatics is what it sounds like to me.
Acrobatics?
Fucking jumping from the top of a building.
I mean...
You already used athletics, so...
I know.
You got something else? As you're jumping down, trying to get toward Blackstaff and aid her?
Keep in mind, you do have some inspiration stuff.
I do have inspiration.
And probably hero action.
That's true.
He's the only Waterdeep member that has a hero action.
That's true. I'm not sure how anything else is relevant. Unless I can say I can use survival.
Distract him.
I can use survival to figure out the best place to go to get away.
Sure. Try it.
Yeah,
Try something.
Let's do that.
Uh-huh.
And I have inspiration. What's the inspiration?
D what? 10?
Or what did I have? Inspiration or guidance? What do I have?
What was it, Justin? Would you give him guidance or
D10. It's inspiration. It's a D10.
Inspiration.
D10. Okay. So that's going to be dirty 20.
Okay. As you jump down and you're like, we need to go! As you're jumping in the air, Ragnorum sees it and fucking swats you out of the air and smashes you right into the walls. As Ignatius clashes against that and slides to the ground, taking 12 falling damage, bludgeoning damage. You see Ragnorum turn back to Blackstaff as Tellius cuts in and the light turns off, and both you, Tellius and Ignatius, are like, get out, teleport, run away. You see Ragnorum look at Vera, his eyes with the purple glowing, and he goes, it is time to stop fighting. And you see her just, this horrible shriek comes out, and you see the markings of madness on her start glowing, and he goes, yes. L'Oreal runs up, and you see him take his sword and just cut off the good arm she has, cleaves it from her side, as she, in shock, goes to 2 knees on the ground. And he goes, now, give me it. And you see Vera, as she twists her hand, the orb of eternal harmony water appears.
Whoa.
And you see him, Tellius, you can do something now as he takes the orb of eternal harmony from Vera. And Ignatius as well.
Mm-hmm.
The creature shrieks out as you burst the eye, and it starts moving back and forth as it starts trying to find its bearings again. It has eyes up here, but the one on the stomach is just completely pussed and gone and oozing everywhere. What are you two doing as Ragnorum now has the Orb of Eternal Harmony water in his hands? The horde is descending. It is the
Yeah, I get it.
Building.
I understand. What if I feed him a feather of love? What does that do? No, I'm kidding.
Immune.
Yeah, no kidding. He doesn't have emotions, just pain. Is he immune to magic? I don't think he's not
immune to magic, period. There's just a lot of things he is immune to. Let me just take his stat block out here. What do you guys got? You gotta give me. I know you're thinking hard. It's a big move, but we gotta get going. They're gonna get you.
How close am I to Ragnorum?
At this point, since you're on top of it, I'd say 200 feet hypotenuse away from him, on top of the roof still. Ignatius is about 30 feet away from him. 30, 40 feet. It's big brain time, boys. He knows it.
Bless.
Can I...
I have a question. When the Mad Mage died, was he in the air? Was he flying?
Technically, he died when Ragnorum's chain sword burst his skull in half, and then he was extra dead when he was yanked to the ground and his body crushed under Ragnorum's foot.
But he was flying when he got, hit.
Yeah, he was on a cloud.
Yeah. I assume he was very high up in the air.
Not super high, but, he was above the houses. He was below the fucking sea of awful.
Would Ralia have seen him?
Give me your... No, there's no fucking chance. Not with the darkness and the density of it. You and Tyrion are doing your best to look right now, along with all the other characters that didn't roll up here. Ares looking right now. This is just... You're not in the right block. The whole fucking city's under siege.
I'll use a hero action.
Roll it. Go for it.
Divine intervention.
Hope for the best on divine intervention, man.
That's a good idea. I can do that next.
Oh, you do have that. It's true.
Yeah.
What do you got?
So I got a 23.
That's probably the
Next attack's an automatic critical.
interesting.
Is that even worth it? So
Not much.
Can hit him,
You can.
right? I mean, if it's
can
critical.
I try to can I slice his hand that's grabbing the thing to get him to drop it
You can try.
using my critical?
You can. Yes. Obviously, it's going to hit. Yes.
Okay.
Remember, he also has his long blade though on that hand.
Yeah,
too,
yeah,
so-
yeah.
so
I'm gonna try to. Basically,
Sure.
I want to make him drop it.
You're gonna try. Okay, go ahead.
Yep.
So you go ahead and roll damage on the attack and all that.
Yep,
Tellius, what do you
so-
want to do? As Ignatius gets up with his Valkyrie sword and cuts at the hand, you see Ragnorum still alive.
Yeah.
What do you got, Tellius?
Pain.
Yeah,
and sadness.
I know. This is the hard part. Hero's journey. This is the tough part.
Well, it's not even...
What do you
I
got?
don't even know if I'm gonna live. So,
Yeah. You don't
much
know.
less anyone else.
Yeah.
Is Vera alive?
She's in dire pain, floating in the air about 2 feet. Markings of Madness are glowing, and she is currently screaming. And it's starting to fade, whatever just happened. That basically looks like he forced her to turn over the orb.
Makes sense.
L'Oreal
And
has
I
lost
assume
an arm.
L'Oreal is just shocked and has
Her
no
body
arm.
has gone into shock. The one good arm she had is gone, and she is trying to muster anything right now.
Righto. Then I'll do my best to... Well, I'm going to jump off, and I have
Sure.
the
Yeah, you're fine.
floating
Yeah,
ring
you're fine.
thing or
Sure,
whatever,
you come to
so
the
I should
ground.
be able to just not take damage.
Yep, you're good. Yep.
And
Jump down.
I'll cast... well... This is tricky.
How much damage?
As I see,
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead then.
as I see Ignatius going for the attack,
Yeah.
what I'd like to do is cast Heroism on L'Oreal.
Cast what?
Heroism,
Okay. Okay.
like heroism.
Yeah. Was that-
It'll give her 5 temp HP. Is imbued with bravery. Is immune to being frightened and gains temp HP. So she gets,
Gotcha. Okay.
a certain amount of text HP.
You got it. You see life come
So
back to
I'll
her
do that.
eyes, and she sees the two of you doing. Yeah.
Well, I'd also
Yeah.
I'd like to touch her on her just recently departed arm stub, and try to imbue the healing there as best I can, so that she's
you're-
less in. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'll say you do the run thing, same with Ignatius, and you use your movement as best you can, the falling there and touch it. Sure. You do your best to get all the way over there. You touch it, trying to heal her arm as best you can, and as you come in front, you see Ragnorum as the attack hits for how much damage? Ignatius for your crit.
hang on.
Go roll that. As it hits, you see
I already rolled it, so
Tullius, here we are. At fate's twilight, of course, it would be you and I apart from each other once again. The blow hits. It clearly does damage, but Ragnorum is not dropping this. As you see Vera go to the ground and Tullius, or right now, L'Oreal wishes for you, Tullius, under her breath. Thank you. Get both of them next to me. I'll get us out of here. And you see Ragnorum turn to you, and he, Ignatius, or Ignatius first, give me your damage, and he turns to Tullius.
yeah. So 9 slashing,
Okay.
12 lightning, and
That's the crit?
6. Yeah.
Doubled?
So I roll. It's 1d6 is my
Okay,
sword.
Okay, you're good. Keep going. 9,
9,
12, 6.
9, 12, and 6 thunder. Yeah.
Okay. All that explosion goes off, and you see his hand moves, but not enough, as he then grabs you and rakes you to the side near Vera, knocking Vera to the ground. And you see Ragnorum go, "This is our fate." As he claws the side of the air, you can see him tear a portal of sorts, and as the claw goes there, he reaches in and brings out the collar that you see the elemental orbs of harmony, earth, fire, wind, and he puts
What?
in water as it clamps in. And you see amazing what one wish can do. And you see Del fly on the side and Tresh behind him, and the Madness Valkyrie behind Ragnorum at this point as the Horde is continuing to come in.
So I was going to use an action surge and divine intervention.
Go for it. Go ahead and hit Divine Intervention.
Unless you're just going to give us a new round, but I was going to.
No, hit it. Hit it right now.
Yeah, let's do it.
As you're being thrown to the side, Vera's knocked to the ground. Ragnorum in front of you right now has all 4 orbs of eternal harmony.
92.
92. No dice. As you call out to the storm, you get the feeling the storm is here and it's not brought by you right now.
Oof. Yep, that feels good. I don't feel like I got the storm right now.
You see Ragnorum.
Wouldn't have it any other way. Wouldn't have it any other
looks
way,
to the both of
Ragnorum.
you. Then you know what must be done. This is where your story ends. The pillars of Astoria will etch your epitaph here. You see L'Oreal just fucking nope. She's barely staying conscious at this point, and she's tapping you like, we got to get the fuck out of here. Get him.
Oh, I understand that.
What do you guys do in the last moment before the Horde descends upon all of you right now?
How close is Blackstaff to us?
Right now, Blackstaff and Ignatius are probably about 10 feet to the side of the two of you. Ragnorum is
10 feet
5
to the
feet
side
from
of
you guys.
us.
Yeah. So you might have a...
She's
dex
touching me, right?
She's touching you. And Ragnorum is definitely within reach of you. Of hitting everyone.
Can I just dimension door next to them? See what happens?
You can definitely see what happens.
Alright, best I got.
He does dimension door right next to him as blades come down where you were from Ragnorum, and you see him and you can see building up in his mouth as some sort of attack as you're right next to him in this moment.
Let's go.
Touching everybody, you feel a teleport. And you guys find yourself inside the south eastern district. As the walls are finally being closed, as the last of the Chosen and the heroes of Waterdeep come in from inside the walls, there's a moment of silence.
Shit. We got both of them.
Yeah, but they have the orb, so
orbs.
Yeah.
How did he get a wish?
Madness wish. Who knows?
Remember, I'll say to the players right now, remember the end of the Lost Mines of Phandelver. Del had a quest
Yeah, I
to
remember.
get a wish. You guys left Del, and Del still pursued his quest. When you scryed on him,
Well, Del left us.
Ragnorum
but-
I was
killed
about to say that.
Del. Yeah, I know. Ragnorum was killing Del, Sky, and the Valkyrie, where the end of that quest is the wish. The wish didn't necessarily give him the orbs either.
Gotcha.
His wish was definitely something else.
Well, the orbs are just part of that wish, I assume.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. His wish is to be victorious on his conquest of
Something
whatever he's doing.
Like along those lines. Let's see, can we play this?
That's cute. Unfortunately for him, we have like the fake god and like other fun stuff on our side, so time to bop.
As you guys...
Yeah. He couldn't even kill 2 people. Jeez.
Telius is like trying to tell jokes to everybody where they're just gore, slaughter. Both groups are back, and you see Salem pushing through the crowd, seeing the people, and he's like, "Where's Vera? Where's Vera?"
Yeah.
Over here.
I'm going to be healing both of them.
They're both on the ground.
looking bad,
As you
right?
go over, Vera is not waking up. As you see him just trying to get Vera up.
Quick, get me some diamonds. Please. Find me some diamonds now.
I'm going to spare the dying. Just
She's
I'm just gonna
already
use it.
dead. It does not work.
Yeah, that's why I said get me some diamonds.
Mm-hmm.
I can do that.
Okay. Are you going to cast Revivify?
Get me some diamonds. I was going to cast Reincarnate.
Oh, shit. Do I have that?
It'll be her as a different person, but okay. Yeah. Go ahead. What do you guys want to do?
Yeah.
Wait, is that how reincarnate works?
Yeah,
Pretty much, yeah.
A different race, a different body.
I'll be right back. You get your diamonds. You decide who's getting the diamonds. Gotta pay real quick. Don't go nowhere. Right back.
Yeah, I basically just roll a D100 to see what the body is.
Interesting.
But like,
If the target's soul isn't free or willing to do so, it fails. But prefer to not have the black staff just die.
What about a Revivify?
I can do revivify.
I mean, yeah, we can try Revivify first, obviously.
Probably
but
have enough diamonds.
that's why I'm like, get diamonds.
Yeah, so I'll
Oh, for sure.
I'll do revivify first.
Get diamonds and get. Yeah,
We're together.
I was gonna say get diamonds and get.
We would need a total
I
of.
was gonna say get diamonds and get Ulzal too.
He said we're all together.
Oh, okay, great.
Oh wait, do you have rare oils and unguents worth at least 1,000 GP? Because that is the component for reincarnate.
I don't know that I do, to be honest. So never mind.
Did
You
she
have-
die in front of us, or did she die when, like?
I
Interesting.
don't know.
Well,
She
I have a
died,
question
like,
to read then.
I assume right after.
Okay.
Did she?
Yeah.
We're all together now.
All the groups are together right now.
Did she die like right when she came back, or did she die before that?
Before she got back, she was dead.
So change of plans. I'm going to be casting revivify.
Okay. Go for it.
Okay. Do I need to roll something?
Yep. Actually, you cast Revivify.
Mm-hmm.
You have the components, right? The diamonds. You guys gave him the diamonds,
Yeah.
and you go to cast
Yep,
Revivify.
Yep.
As you go to Revivify, Vera, as you begin thinking of the storm and casting your clerical magic, you see 2 purple eyes appear in your mind. And you can start to hear cackling of different voices from all different sides. When you come to, the spell has been cast, and Vera is still dead. It dawns on you, Ignatius, this is permadeath. That everyone that just died is permadead by the Madness Horde. Until you maybe solve something with the madness, there's no bringing people back. There's no second chances.
It's no use.
You see Salem right next to it, next to her. Just, it always works. What do you? It always. And you see Calgary just put his hand on his shoulder, and he's just shaking his head. He's like, Salem, you're still the commander. They can't see you like this. And he looks, and you can see there are Greyhand watching on. There are mounted Greyhand on the ground, some survivors of Waterdeep, some of the soldiers of the north and the Lin Ryu. There is tears, there is pain, there is suffering, and you can still hear the horde on the other sides of the wall. You see Salem just
Tyrion
his hands just
kind of
clenched.
at his side, at her side as well. Pipes up. Do we have any cleric? There's a spell that keeps the body stable for a period. It doesn't age.
I don't think I have.
Shalmir can cast, I don't remember, Gentle Repose.
Yeah, that's it.
As you cast it, doesn't have an arm. L'Oreal here is still bleeding out. If somebody wants to cast Regenerate or something on her, Wilzal, you're muted.
I was wondering why you didn't respond.
Yeah.
Yeah, I cast Regenerate.
All right.
As soon as the Gentle Repose goes off,
Yeah.
Tyrion is going to cast his 7th level Blackstaff's name of it again?
Dimension, whatever, Volt.
Blackstaff Secret Space.
There it is.
And she will be, I imagine it's in stasis because it's like just like goes into a different, just disappear.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's his 7th.
You see Brian coming with just tears in her eyes as so many have been lost. She comes to the pack and just looks to all of you, seeing what is happening. And she just, the look on her face is, how did this happen? You see L'Oreal with the Regenerate going on right now. You just see her just slumped over to the side, and she's just shaking her head, and she looks down to L'Oreal, and L'Oreal, it kept chasing Blackstaff. It got the orbs. He has all the orbs. How does he have all the orbs? You see Blackstaff, or Brian, what do you mean he has all the orbs? She turns, is like, who can send the message?
Okay.
Send the message to General Corrin. See if he's okay.
I sending to General Corin. I check in on him.
What do you
Ask
say?
him. General Corin, this is Ulazal. Are you alive? What is the condition of the vault?
I don't know if I'm alive. I don't know. We were attacked. It all happened from the inside. from behind. Are the orbs gone? Is what you hear from Corin. Brian just looking at you, Wilzal. Are they...
He's alive.
Okay.
Sounded bad. Really bad.
Where did we think the orbs were again?
They were inside the vault in Nature's Hold is where...
No, but where did we think they were? Because of the mind change. Ralia modified all our memories of the true location.
We thought they were in the vault with
Raven
Ellie
Queen. The Raven Queen.
Yeah, the Raven Queen cult is what he changed it to everybody else.
Oh, that's what it is.
So they couldn't be found.
There's something about Sundrel knows where they are.
Mm-hmm.
He's the only one.
Yeah.
Now we
Where
all know
they were.
Where they were, yeah.
They're all looking. There's just this terror over everyone and this just hopelessness as the sky is dark. The eclipse is still going. Yeah, you can say something?
I was going to ask you if Ulazal or anything knew thaumaturgy.
Yeah.
Could you assist me? I would like to give a speech to our troops.
I do that.
We are gathered here today in our darkest hour. We've bled, we've sweat, we've lost many at a time we had thought would be merry for all. We have lost all of our orbs. We've lost our friends. We've lost the Blackstaff, amongst countless other irreplaceable leaders. But do you know what we have not lost? We still have each other. And we still have hope. And we still have the values that which we stand for. We still have our strength here. And so, be as it may, even if the Horde is closing in on us, it is our destiny and it is our duty to honor those people that have fallen in battle. And we must fight. We must stand. We must be steadfast and strike back against Ragnorum and his madness. This will not stand until I die. If I have to die, it will not stand. And I hope you all stand with me.
Give me a persuasion check.
Really? I'm bad at those. Oh my god, I got a 33.
Almost capitalizing the point as Tullius finishes, addressing the crowd, the thaumaturgy hearing it, and people stopping to listen and to regroup. Cutting through, just for a second, the twilight cuts through the horde above as some light hits onto Tullius and then closes. As you see 4 individuals drop behind Tullius, their wings expanding in full armor, 4 Valkyries, Aiden of the Raven Queen, Cole of the Storm, Terra of Halal, and Dessa of the Dreams, all behind inside full Valkyrie armor. All the Waterdeep members hear a voice inside their head. After all this time, I know why I am here. Come at once. I cannot hold him enough. The great lizard creature is inside the vault. If I cannot stop him, you must. As you recognize the voice of Alien Perry.
Mm.
Yeah.
You see people starting to organize, and Brian looks up to you, and she heard the voice too. L'Oreal heard the voice. Many people did hear this voice. And you see Brian get up, and she's just like... She goes to turn to her speech. Tellius is right. We will not let this day be our last. This is not the day darkness wins. Right now, right here, we are going to take this city back. The group begins to discuss. Does anybody want to make a intelligence check?
Yeah,
I'm
sure.
asking the
Yes.
group. I'm asking the group to take an intelligence check.
None of my
Okay.
characters want
Yeah.
like that.
Anybody who wants to make it furthermore, please do.
13.
Both of our characters, or just like one
Both,
of
both.
both? Okay, well, Shalmer will also do it.
Mm.
Larry got a
She's
6,
not
but
very
Tyrion
smart.
got a
She's not
15.
very smart, but
13 for Ulazal and 9 for Charnik.
16 for Tellius, 21 for Bellona.
I guess I'll
22
do
for
it
Ralia.
now.
And I don't know what Shalmer's is -1, I think. So
Ralia and Bologna.
5.
Hang on,
Raleigh-
hang on.
Yeah?
I decided to do it now.
Okay. Everyone's doing it. I'm going to do it.
Everyone was doing it. I was like, all right, fine.
Okay.
Mosmo got a 14.
Okay.
Ignatius got a natural 20.
That's hilarious.
Oh, yeah.
Ignatius, Ralia, Bologna.
Gap House.
The three of you think about it, and you're like, didn't we just make a new ally? Where is he right now?
Oh.
Yeah, where is he?
Maybe you should send a message to Mansoon.
Hey, Ralia. You did mention that you spoke to Mansoon, right?
Yes, and he seemed reasonable.
Would he be reasonable about this situation?
Well, he said that as long as we are not in his way, then we are not an issue. I don't know if it would provoke him by asking him for help or not, but
We need all the help we can get.
yes, generating another enemy would be an issue, but I don't see how we are getting out of this otherwise.
Yes, agreed.
Ulazal.
I'm already on it.
Okay. What are you saying to Mansoon?
I cast Sending to Mansoon and say, our enemy is in the vault at Waterdeep. If ever there was a time to capitalize on his weakness, it's now.
It would seem your enemy is mine. I am currently under siege.
Oh!
It would appear more problems from the crystals have arrived,
Oh,
Oh.
and they
Oh.
want the claws. I will be there as soon as this is taken care of.
oh,
Mansoon is under attack.
Jesus.
Oh, shit.
He'll be fine.
Do you relay that to us?
Yeah, verbatim. With the
If he
gravelly
has the
voice.
claws, you should just help him get it faster.
He already has the orbs.
Yes.
Saving the Lich, means we might die. Helping Mansoon at least gives us something of an advantage with those claws.
Yes, we do need those claws.
We can split if we need to. We got 2 different groups.
I don't think that is a good option in this situation. I think we should go all in one direction or the other.
I am
What's
going to
in-
go to Mansoon. If anybody wants to come with me, it's your option.
What's in the vault?
Grass stone, right?
No, it's not there anymore.
Oh, it's not?
Shalmir has it.
Oh, that's right.
So what's he doing in the vault?
That's a good question.
How long do you think we can hold him there? It's not like we can just abandon Waterdeep and go to Monsoon. Obviously, we'd
Time
come back,
does
but
go faster in there.
in where?
In
In
where
the-
Mansoon is, so you would
Where
leave,
Mansoon is.
and potentially everyone would die.
Yeah.
Most likely everyone would die.
That's right.
So I think the best we can do realistically is hold out till Monsoon arrives with the claws.
That's all we can do.
The other leaders are also helping, and you can see they've been doing their own plan as well to try and figure out what to do while you
Well-
guys are thinking.
Time is faster here. So
Right.
we might be able to solve this problem, or at least get it safe enough, and then we can go, and it would only be
Less than
Yes,
a second
exactly.
there,
Exactly.
basically.
like however much time for Mansoon.
Mm-hmm.
Well, 1 hour is 24 hours.
Yeah. So if we take an hour, then
Then, well,
it's like nothing.
1/24 of an hour, one might say.
Yes.
yes.
So every minute there is 2.5 hours.
Okay, so it's less. Yeah.
So hopefully Mansoon can finish him off quick.
Hopefully, you can finish in a minute or less.
Well, we need to go one way or the other.
We need to go to the vault.
We need to go.
I think we are beholden to here.
Yep.
You see Brian come over with Salem, and Salem has a plan and looks to all of you. All right, so we've come up with a plan. Like, they were totally, whatever you were doing, they were doing their own thing. So they're just presenting it, whether your intentions are with or without.
Double powwow.
This is what we're putting together, and Calgary's next to him, and all the leaders that can be next to him. We're going to rally what companies we have here, and we're going to split them into 2 groups. One will be the diversion group. One will be the real group to get us to the vault. We're going to have our illusionists maintain an illusion spell for as long as possible to make them all of us look the same. So the Madness Horde can't tell us apart if it's trying to tell us apart. The Valkyries will split among both groups, but on the diversion group, they will rally towards the real group as soon as we pop blue smoke as high in the air as we possibly can. It's going to be difficult with the cover of all the creatures in the air as they're getting closer and closer to the city tops. We can't just fly. It's too much, even for the Valkyries. And you see the Valkyries nodding, and you see Aiden being like, I'll be able to see it. Brian will be leading the diversion group, and we are going to use, and you see Calgary look up, what we still have in stock. We still have that box that had a necklace of fireballs. We'll use those beads to blast a hole in the wall and to do our best to guard our assault through the Madness Horde to get to the crypt of the Nevermembers, which is the entrance to the vault. Heading
Well,
with crews, we have stone giants have volunteered to lead the charges using stonework to try and brace their way through the hordes. If those both fail, Salem looks, I'm sending Calgary and a handful of the Grey Hand here for our backup plan. We have a secret we've been working away on, Anastasia has, in our research and development. It's super unlikely to work, but maybe if we could get that, if we buy enough time, they can work on it, and it could help us find a way through the Horde.
I give Salem the remainder of our C3H5.
Yeah, I was going to say we have that. So
He takes it, and he looks. All right. I'll summarize the plan again in just a second, but let me do something. You guys start to be hoisted on horses, and he's going to run through the. He runs through the plan with you, but then he gets onto his as well. As everybody's there, you see the stone giants taking stonework out, and you see Jiver look to you, Mosno, and he goes, "This is what we must do." You see most of them, they're literally trembling as this is setting up. There is a nervousness again returning to everyone. The stone giants begin to whisper prayers to these necklaces they have. You can see literally Grey Hand members trembling and on top of their horses, and some of the younger members are vomiting in the corner. L'Oreal has expressed to you guys that she just needs a moment to rest, but she'll try and aid as best as possible during your guys' charge for the diversions. Brian is already getting her group ready to go from another angle with 2 more Valkyries. Salem rides up on the horse, and you hear him. "Listen up! This is our next mission. The stone giants are going to lead the way once we see the blue smoke hit the sky. Eddard and Rowan will toss their fireball necklaces at this wall," as he points behind. "On explosion, we will ride through with the fire beads in hand. Once you use your bead, fade to the back of the V formation. In the center, we are protecting the Chosen and the Heroes of Waterdeep. We will have 2 Valkyries protecting them from above. We have 1 shot at getting them to the vault. When we are halfway, we will split the V in 2. One group will retreat back to the wall to regroup and evacuate. My group will continue for the last stretch to the vault, guiding the Chosen and the Heroes safely to their destination. This is what we've been preparing for. This is our moment to show we are the hands that keep the darkness at bay. On this night, Waterdeep does not go quietly. On this night, we push the darkness back. Now, ride with me on my command," as he starts to gather them. Brian, similarly, gets them already on their charge as they basically have the walls set, the stone giants are set, and the horses are set before this run to the vault. Is there anything you guys would like to do before this?
A question and point. When Tyrion put Blackstaff into the pocket dimension,
Yeah.
the staff was on her, correct?
You did not see the staff on her person.
Oh,
that's like the whole
I just
thing.
I just had that realization, but I can't do anything about it right now.
That is
Nope.
somewhere in Waterdeep right now.
I'm sure it's fine.
Sorry, I didn't think to grab it and make sure it was with us when we were, you know.
Norms the black staff now. No one saw this coming.
Shit.
I love
This is
trinkets
what I
like this.
always wanted.
That's what his wish was.
I want to be the black staff, and this is all just side effects. All right. I am going to change the music.
Get ready for death.
Ready to die next week, guys?
Beyond ready.
Psh, I'm ready right now.
I don't know, man.
Why die in a week when you can die right now?
All right. Your group waits as you see the explosion hit on another side of the wall down. You can feel the explosion, and Brine leads her group into the horde, fall far down. And as they start going, you guys can make out another smoke signal that goes up. One blue one identifying it as Salem's team in turn to go. You see Salem turn and goes, "Now!" The fireballs go out from the two at the wall, and they turn back as you just see a sea of purple eyes looking back at all of you. The explosion sends chunks of the stone wall tumbling into the horizon, the blackness, with purple glowing eyes staring back. The stone giants, holding large slabs of stonework, push forward like an arrowhead, creating a shield and then a pathway with their movement forward. The first volley of beads fall forward, lighting up the faces of the beasts and lizard folk and newly risen madness humans blocking the way. As you begin your charge, these explosions go off all the way down. The lights push back some of the mist and the steam of all the creatures in front of you. The stone giants, you can hear their screams of pain as they're pushing these stones forward, but they're getting bitten and cut and stabbed as they're continuing to push forward through this. Life slows down for each of you during this charge. You see Greyhand lifted off their mounts into the jaws of towering Thunderfoots. Curved claws pounce onto saddles of Greyhand, killing them outright or causing their bead to go off early, exploding and igniting the horse next to that they were riding and next to you, with the creatures and themselves. Above you, Terra and Dessa become covered in gore as they struggle to cut through the density of the flying beasts that continue to try and attack the group from above. You can see magical spells going off, explosions of ice and of all these almost rainbow colors from Dessa, destroying many of the creatures above. You continue to see the glow cutting through some of the magic as some of the fireballs don't go off, as a glow from many of the stitched beholder eyes into these madness creatures cut across the groups every now and then, almost like spotlights. The noise of the horror and the creatures below, the noise of the horror and the creatures bellowing outward is nearly indescribable, with the feelings of fear, anxiety, worry, overcoming the group. Salem, to the best of his ability, is giving signals during the run, giving hand signals during the run to try and keep everyone together, to have the individuals fall back in order. The stone giants in front of him, and as the V continues, you guys at the center, he has like almost a sparkler by his hand, letting people still be able to try and make out in the darkness. Giving this signal, the group splits. You're on the home stretch towards the vault. While splitting, the group you notice, while splitting with the group, you notice one of the stone giant stones gets caught on a fallen street post. Unable to remove it, the madness creatures descend on him from all sides. Shrieking out in pain, his voice is cut off by explosions from the next volley of Greyhand beads that line out all to your sides as another wave of the horde begins to descend on you guys. The Greyhand who split, revealed during this light explosion, are not retreating, but instead are leading as many creatures away from you guys and deeper into the city. The hoofs of the remaining horses clack off the cobblestones as you get a brief look at the fallen Nevermember mansion next to you as you descend towards the mausoleum. Right before the entrance to the mausoleum, you see the last remaining stone giant gets lifted into the air as a horrible scream stops with a crunch as you see, for the first time, a madness shifty finger in front of you, double the size of the Thunderfoots with his large claws and the purple glowing eyes with stitched beholder eye lighting up in front of the entire crew right now. A green smoke signal erupts from Salem's hand into the bottom of the shifty's finger's jaw causing the smoke to bellow around it, and another blue one goes to the side as high as it can possibly go before hitting the horde above. The closest gray hand kick at your horses and get your group into a last sprint as the ones in front of you begin exploding headfirst kamikaze into the creatures, blocking your path to the vault. Both Terra and Dessa drop to the entrance and begin guarding the arrival of everybody who is moving into the vault. The remaining Grey Hand are trying to shoot their flares of various colors into the sky, hitting the Shifty Finger, who is crushing them to death one step at a time, but receiving fireballs as farewell gifts. And the last glimpse before the mausoleum entrance caves in, your groups, all of you, look to see Salem off his horse, missing a chunk of his side, as the curved claw and lizard folk descend in. You can see him turn to you guys as the Shifty Finger's mouth begins to open, and you see a mouth push back the darkness as he turns and throws his bead into the gaping maw of the madness Shifty Finger before he disappears behind the closing bite with an explosion. You see the head shatter outwards as Aiden and Cole descend just before the final bits of the mausoleum collapse in, and now your group sits inside the mausoleum to the end, waiting to the entrance of the vault. So you got to go through like the illusion that goes to the vault, and then you still have to go through the vault to get to into the tube. You all have a moment just to take in what just happened.
Who signed up for some emotional trauma tonight, guys? Am I right?
I think I accidentally checked the box that said emotional trauma on it. I didn't mean to.
For the first time in a while, you notice that Tellius isn't saying anything.
Mm-hmm.
As the other Valkyries look to you, they go, let's push forward. As you guys descend, you remember this area for the Waterdeep crew. This was the annoying area that kept charming you and changing. It's wide open, and above is where you go to enter the vault. What you find in front of you, waiting, you see Dell, Sky, Tresh. You see a Maze Walker, another Maze Walker, and you see Rio. All staring at you guys as you come around. You see the Valkyrie.
Is Rio madness too, or is she?
I was gonna ask.
Her eyes are madness, but she is madness herself.
Yeah, does she seem like she has her own agency?
Does she have the markings?
She does have the markings. She always
They
has
all
the
have the
markings.
markings.
She's just like Aerie, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, she had them already,
Yeah.
right? You're right.
Yeah.
You see her standing there, and you see her. No, Siri, fuck off.
Mm-hmm.
Look to you. This time you don't get to run away. And you see the Valkyries looking before. No, Siri. Nothing what I just said. No, stop. They are protecting you guys right now, and the four of them are stepping forward, and they go, we will handle this. We do not have time to deal with such insolence. And you can see Rio tilting her head, and she's like, you don't get to choose to let them. And just like lightning is going, just this spark of lightning, you just see Cole with her fucking hand on Rio's face, shoving it right into the ground as he just thumps. You see Terra immediately go into icing. Dessa, the Valkyries just descend as the other Valkyrie comes and is attacking as well. You can see a familiar fucking white dove appear from Dell. Man, that's fun. And their fight
It's okay, I got
begins
nerfed.
as the rest of you, as Aiden is guiding you. She goes, "Go to the vault," as she's holding back the maze walkers and trying to turn them to dust, and you can see their arms start fading and cuts up, and you see the swords like cutting in, and it's the swords ablaze with these beautiful armor of maze walkers, one from the water tribe and one from the earth tribe that are fighting right now. As that struggle happens, I imagine your group takes the Valkyrie's way and go up toward
Yep.
the entrance.
Run along.
All right. As you guys are right next to the entrance to the vault, you take one last moment to look at one another. A wave of dread is giving to a way of determination. All those people that just sacrificed their lives could not be for nothing. They got you here for a reason. Make it count. Exchanging these glances, it dawns on each of you that this may be the last time all of you are together, and it may be the last time you see some of your newfound family alive. Now, to let you know, this is obviously the point of no return. I believe this will be the hardest fight of the entire campaign, based on your levels and what resources are available. Ragnorum is a challenge to you as players. You will need to throw everything you got at him and more. A TPK is a reality if you have bad dice rolls, you have no strategy, and if you ignore the mechanics of the game. I want to make the expectations clear for this fight. This is most likely the greatest challenge you will face inside this campaign and the defining moment of this campaign. And we will pick up with that next week.
Gosh.